Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? My name is Glenn Cummings. I'm the president here at the University of Southern Maine. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the mask protocol. We do have permission from our incident commander for the person speaking up here to remove their mask once they're up here, and then put that back on before they re-enter the audience. I just want to say, first of all, welcome today to our day-long sessions on what we call the Day of Resilience. We'll talk about what resilience means in just a minute. Let me first of all say a few thank yous. Days like this don't happen without a lot of help all the way around. I should tell you about the origins of this particular day. Our good friend at the university, Miss Nancy Pond and her husband Kurt, have been very involved in USM. They are also very involved at Maine Behavioral Health. And being the good conduit that she is, she said, you should meet our new CEO, Kelly Barton. And we immediately started talking about things we could do together. And inspired in great part by Nancy, we said, you know, what we need is a conversation and input and guidance about how we can hold together individually and collectively during a really difficult time. And that is the origin of this work. I want to say some thank yous, but first of all, I want to say thank you to Maine Behavioral Health. Dr. Barton has been an enormous asset. She's been terrific for us to work with, and her team is wonderful, and we are extremely grateful. In fact, some of her team actually teach for us and work for us, which is good. And I also want to say thank you to our internal team. We have, first of all, the person who kind of got behind a lot of the details was my project manager, Stephen Gregory. I want to just say thank you. He's just like terrific in all the work he did to make this happen. Secondly, we have 3 or 4 professors. We have Dr. Charlie Bernaccio from our counseling program. We have Jeanette Andoinian, the head of our social work program. We have Liza Little, who is the head of our mental health and counseling program. And we have, I think she's here today, if not streaming in, Dr. Liz Vella, who is the head of our psychology program. So we want to say thank you. Please join me in thanking all of them for their incredibly hard work. And let us never forget our technicians, because they can actually they can shut our signals off immediately if they don't like it and we're ungracious. I want to say thank you to David Fox and Zach Gould. They are terrific. So please join me in thanking them as well. Let me say today that we have intentionally labeled today a day of resilience. And resilience means the ability to bounce back from adversity. And it is unambiguous in my mind that we have had adversity. For 20 months, we have talked about a health crisis, but it's not insignificant that we have also had an economic crisis, a political uprising and a political crisis, a racial reawakening, and re-reckoning. And we have dealt with climate change and its exhaustive already effects on the planet in real life, in real time. We are experiencing all of those things together, individually and collectively, and today is a chance for us to remind ourselves that we have to hold together, individually and collectively, in order to maintain our own health, so that we can be effective citizens, we can help other people, and that we can help ourselves to be healthy and strong. And today's work is that we are going to confront our own uncertainties. We are going to confront our own insecurities. We're going to confront our own anxieties and talk about them, because it's real. And together, we can make it. Alone, it's more difficult. We know it's extremely difficult. And the purpose for us to come together, obviously, is that we can contribute, obviously, more than we can alone. So with that, I want to say we are pleased to host this. I'm also pleased to introduce my partner and CEO of Maine Behavioral Health, Before I do that, a little announcement that relatedly, and some of you may have seen these little sheets as you came in, that the Osher Map Library is putting forth at noontime today a featured exhibition or exhibit, and it's Where Will We Go From Here? Travel in the Age of COVID-19. And the Osher Map Library, if you don't know, is in Glickman Library, which is out on Forest Avenue, directly behind where I'm talking. Just go there at in that where the on that first floor, and Dr. Bischoff will be glad to guide you through that exhibit, which is actually pretty fascinating. So I will just now introduce Kelly Barton. Kelly is, I believe, new to Maine, but she is already deeply embedded into our community and obviously adding a tremendous amount of value and a pleasure to work with. And she immediately was excited about this topic, as was I, and with thanks, as we said, from the committee, we were able to make this happen today with the help of Kurt and Nancy Pond. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly, and to thank you again, all of you, for coming today. Please join me in welcoming Kelly.
All kinds of new logistics, right, in a pandemic. Members who is also faculty at USM, who is really helping us to bridge the gap between teaching and the care provided and looking for opportunities for collaboration. Maine Behavioral Health Care, which is really a division of Maine Health, is delighted to partner with the University of Southern Maine in providing this symposium for the people of Maine. And given the unprecedented challenges caused by the pandemic, the topic we're engaging in today could not be more timely. Maine Behavioral Health Care, which is the state's leading provider of behavioral health services, jumped at the opportunity to co-present today's symposium because we understand how critical resilience is to mental health in achieving Maine Health's goal of creating the healthiest communities in America. Perhaps it's important to unpack just how important resilience is. We know what resilience is a key component of good mental health and is directly related to outcomes we want for ourselves, our families, and our communities. Heightened resilience contributes to reductions in adverse behaviors like smoking, drinking, and the use of drugs. Heightened resilience can be related to lower absences from school and work, keeping our children on a path to strong futures, and our community members gainfully employed. Having resilience results in stronger, healthier individuals. When individuals are in good health, especially good mental health, they are not only happier and more satisfied, they're more capable of and interested in engaging in family and communal activities. And when people are highly engaged with their families and community activities, this improves the health and quality of our entire state. Today, all of us present in Hannaford Hall and everyone joining virtually are taking responsibility for building resilience. And this is an important precursor to inspiring and guiding others to build resilience in our community. As I mentioned earlier, the challenges all of us are now experiencing make discussion about resilience a matter of urgency. Here's one reason why. As you may recall, emergency rooms across the United States were nearly empty in the spring of 2020, as people avoided hospitals out of fear of contracting COVID-19. Now those same emergencies are in some places filled to capacity and overflowing, with people who are sicker and require more acute care. Sometimes the acute needs are the result of delayed care, but we also see more and more patients come to our ERs because they are experiencing profound mental health crises. The stresses created by the pandemic are causing a growing demand for behavioral health services in Maine and across the nation. And this increased demand results in an increased pressure on our behavioral health providers and our health systems as a whole. That's why it is so important that you are here joining us today. The work we do here today can and will make a positive impact on the mental health of our loved ones and everyone in our communities. So thank you for your participation and your commitment to strengthening resilience. And please join me in thanking the Pond Family Foundation for its ongoing efforts to promote awareness, understanding, diagnosis, and treatment of mental illness. This wonderful program and the work that we do together would not have been possible without the Foundation's generous donation. So thank you and best wishes for a productive and stimulating day of meaningful work. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Tina Runyon. She is the Professor of Family Medicine and Community Health at University of Massachusetts, and a co-founder of Tend Health, and has focused a lot on resilience and the impact of the pandemic, and we are so fortunate to have her expertise here today. So welcome, Dr. Runyon.
Good morning. Let me just do a little tech check here and make sure that I know how to use the equipment that is in front of me. Is this just a touch screen? Well, I think he's figuring that out, so. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. Thank you for the invitation. And before I start, I also want to acknowledge that many of you in this room, and I assume many of you who are streaming in. Hi.
Just wanted to show you this clicker right
Thank
here.
you.
So the green button to go forward, red button to go back.
I can do that. Thanks. So many of you, I think, are engaged in service work yourself, or mental health care, education work. It's all service work. And so a deep, deep bow of gratitude and appreciation for all of the work that all of you do every day, probably have been doing since the pandemic, or before the pandemic, but certainly in a new way. So I'm going to talk about fostering innate resilience. And Father Greg Boyle, who is a Jesuit priest and author, and the founder of Homeboy Industries, which is the largest gang reentry and rehabilitation program in the world, says that resilience arrives the moment we discover our own innate goodness. The moment we discover our own innate goodness. And we define resilience as being able to adapt to the stress of adversity, this bouncing back, or maybe even growing stronger in the face of stress and adversity. But it is often in our culture especially packaged as something that you can get. Maybe even something you can purchase in the form of a product. You can click on it and resilience will be delivered to your doorstep the very next day. I like to think of resilience much more similar to the way that Emily Dickinson talks about hope. Hope is the thing with feathers perched in the soul that sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. That's the kind of resilience I want to talk about today, not the kind that you get, but the kind that we grow. So I do have a disclosure. I don't believe that it's a conflict of interest. I'm not here selling anything today, but because I'm not exclusively in an academic role anymore, I do have to have one of these slides. So I am the co-founder of Tend Health, where we are incredibly passionate about providing mental health and well-being services to healthcare professionals, all healthcare professionals, allied healthcare professionals, as well as organizations in healthcare. And this is a little bit of the map of where we're headed today. I offered these learning objectives before I really galvanized my talk. So it's not an exact representation of what we'll do, but I hope that I will include most of these elements in what we'll talk about today. A lot of you have probably been to presentations on resilience, and many of you have probably given presentations on resilience, and oftentimes there is a plethora of evidence, good evidence, around the effectiveness of things like self-care and social connection. And self-care, while is an important aspect of resilience, I really want to talk about the kind of resilience that lives a little bit more beneath the surface, and again is about a way to be, not a thing to do. So I'm going to be talking about the kind of resilience that comes from a deep level of self-awareness and self-regulation. And I'm going to draw upon some wisdom of Charlie Mackesy. I don't know if any of you have seen this beautiful book that is probably found in the children's sections of your local Barnes & Noble, but could equally be shelved in the philosophy section because it is imbued with incredible wisdom. It's called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. And my dog Marley likes the book, but he's quite upset that there was no canines present in the beautiful illustrations. And the book starts with the mole asking the little boy, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And the little boy simply says, "Kind." And I suppose the talk on resilience could really stop there, because that is such a beautiful representation of what we need more of in this time for ourselves and for others. But I have a few more things to say. So the book also has a page where the mole is saying one of the greatest freedoms we have is how we react to things. And there is a beautiful quote by the psychiatrist, author, and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl, who says, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space lies our power to choose. And in that choice lies our growth and our freedom." And it's a beautiful encapsulation of how we might be able to meet all the different stimuli, all the different stressors that come to us. But there are also some real challenges to doing that. And one of those challenges, frankly, is our source code as humans. And I just want to briefly apologize. The slides were made in Google Slides, and I think they're now being presented in PowerPoint, and so there are a couple of issues with the formatting, so my apologies for that. But one of the things that challenges our ability to rest in that space with our power to choose is our human source code and, frankly, our stress response. And I began to understand this as one of the threats to our well-being pretty early on in the pandemic. My clinical practice for a lot of years has primarily been with healthcare professionals, mostly physicians, and I began getting calls from people that I had seen previously for care, who I knew had trauma histories, and were being incredibly destabilized in March and in April and even in May at the start of the pandemic. And they had been doing quite well, but they started to have panic attacks at work, feel like they couldn't go to work, and then also feeling really badly as a physician not being able to show up and do the thing that they had trained their whole lives to do. And I began to wonder, when the media was saying all of these very sensational things about the onset of all of these mental health difficulties, putting labels that frankly have a lot of pathology embedded in them, and saying about these high rates of post-traumatic stress and anxiety and depressive disorders. And I started to wonder, might this really just be our way of reacting to events that are new, that are uncontrollable, that are unpredictable, the way our stress response was designed to do? That when any of us meet these kinds of stressors, we will have stress activation. It is in our hardware and it is in our software. And so we all have the same hardware. We all have this amygdala that is our threat appraisal system that is going to detect these threats. And it is going to kick off a cascade of responses in our bodies. It's going to activate the hypothalamus and the pituitary and the adrenals. And anybody who works with trauma knows this very well that there is a series of things that happen in the body which is beautiful and exquisite and portends our survival when we are faced with an imminent physical threat. Our heart rate increases, our blood pressure increases, blood goes to our major muscle groups, we are stronger and faster than we ever thought we could be. We release clotting factor in case we get injured. Our liver dumps a whole supply of glucose into our system so that we can respond to this in a skillful way. This is a beautiful adaptation, except for when the stressor is something like COVID. And then you have all of this activation in your system and you're not quite sure what to do with it. And one of the other things that happens with this stress response is that this really powerful part of our nervous system, our prefrontal cortex, our thinking part of our brain, thinking, analyzing, comparing, preparing, executive function, it goes offline a little bit with our stress response. It is compromised intentionally. Our body does not want our brain to be in this contemplative state of, is this a threat? Is this not a threat? Because by that time, whatever, sort of back in the day, we would be somebody's lunch. We don't have time to do that. So most of us can probably appreciate this in a very classic case of test anxiety, performance anxiety, right? You're stressed, you're activated. It is not that you don't know the information. It is that you can't retrieve the information in that moment because your stress response is going off, right? And so the best treatment for test anxiety, right, is treating the anxiety. It's not more knowledge. The knowledge is there. That is by design. Again, which is lovely when you have an imminent threat to your survival. It's not so effective when the threat is ongoing for the last year and a half, like COVID. And so when you have this continual stressor happening, you have some breakdown in the system. So as much as the media is portraying a lot of the mental health crisis, we have yet to see the tsunami of medical conditions that are stress-related and stress-exacerbated. These are coming, I promise you, because we have all been holding this in our bodies for so long. But what shows up first before this breakdown are things in our thinking, are things in our emotions, our behaviors, and relationally. And this is just our source code. This is our wiring. This is true of all of us as humans. Because when we experience this kind of stress, we are thrust out of our window of tolerance. We all do our best, perform our best, relate to ourselves and to others our best when we are in our window of tolerance. We feel safe, we can think, we can be creative, we can have empathy. And when we experience this stress activation, even if it's not a full-blown fight or flight response or a full-blown sort of tuck-in hypoarousal response, even if it's just at the edges, it starts to fray from this state of being open and curious and kind into a place where we are irritable and a little bit impulsive, and we may be very rigid in our thinking. We may not relate to others as kindly or as well. Or we may be really detached and numb and tucked in, a sort of protective stance. This is what I think has been happening and what we are so quick to label as a mental health disorder in an individual, as a collective. And I don't want to minimize anybody's distress in that way, but might we be able to see this as fairly normal, predictable responses to abnormal stimuli coming in? And collectively as a culture, we haven't cultivated in our children and in ourselves this capacity to hold this space in between stimulus and response. We haven't really done a great job of helping people to deeply be self-aware, to notice what's happening underneath the skin, so that what comes out in their behavior towards themselves and relationally is from the wisest place, from that pause. We are all reacting a lot. So this is my understanding about the threats to resilience in some way, but also the beautiful invitation that is here when we can become aware when we are outside of our window of tolerance, so that we can use skills to bring ourselves back into that zone and access our wisest way of being with ourselves and others. Now, I want to mention something about the chronicity of this, because when this system is going off too frequently, for too long, and too intensely, you start to get that end organ breakdown, but you also have to manage something called allostatic load. And this is, again, a threat to our resilience. So allostatic load is our capacity to hold the stressor, but at a cost, at a pretty substantial cost. So I think about it like this, right? An empty bucket that is not being used, that's just sort of sitting on the steps, no water in it, nobody wants to do anything with it. It's not that great. That's sort of like us as humans with nothing to do and no meaning, no purpose, nothing to respond to. It's kind of sad. Bright color, but it's kind of sad. And then you have a bucket that has some capacity for a little bit more water, and it also says, you know what, we can just take a little water out of here and we can play with it. This is an optimal state. This is a window of tolerance. And then we have a bucket that is doing its thing, sort of. It's holding the water, but it can't hold any more water. It's overflowing, and over time, that bucket is going to rust through and no longer be able to hold it. So it's working really, really hard to hold the stressors that are here. And that's a lot of how I see us right now. We're working so hard to hold the stressors while we're here. And when we are working that hard, you can bet we are not in our window of tolerance. And what happens to our coping when we're not in our window of tolerance? We go to what we want, not what we need, right? We go to what is going to feel good. We treat our anxiety with caffeine, our sadness with alcohol, and our overwhelm with Netflix binging. Because that is what happens when we're making choices outside of our window of tolerance. It is a very human experience. And so the goal is not behavior change specifically, it's how do you regulate the nervous system to come back into the window of tolerance so our innate wisdom can flourish and we can protect ourselves the way we know how to protect ourselves. But from this place where we have full access. Right? This is why willpower fails. We all know that willpower is great to set an intention and have a goal and to execute that goal, except when we're really stressed. And as soon as we're really stressed, that willpower flies out the window because we're not in our window of tolerance. And then we just respond to what feels good in the moment. So when I think about resilient individuals and resilient systems, I think about what does the nervous system need from the environment to allow our innate resilience to flourish. So again, those of you who work with healing from trauma will recognize this list intuitively. You will know that the nervous system needs safety, predictability. People need to have some agency and control, this sense of belonging. And then recovery. And we haven't had much of that, and we haven't collectively, culturally built in much opportunity for recovery. I work in healthcare space with healthcare organizations, and frankly, they are terrible at this. There is no pause, there is no time for recovery, but that's what's needed to complete the stress cycle. That's what's needed to restore our balance. And it's not to put something else in, it's to drop in and allow what we already know is healing to emerge. And so we, in some ways, as service providers, again, whether that's educationally, mental health, I think have an obligation, really, to work on this very deeply ourselves, because if we are activated, we can't help regulate other activated individuals, right? We know this as mental health clinicians. Somebody goes big, we go small. We get quiet. The pace of our conversation slows down, right? We might sit. We go smaller to help regulate. So because I'm also in an institutional setting, I actually want to posit this as well, to think about when we think about something as an emergency, we get activated, right? And it's helpful when there is an emergency, but even if we just think about something as emergency, we get activated. Now, I'm not saying that there's not any emergencies in educational settings. There absolutely are. But what if the environment could hold the truth that there are no educational emergencies, that we can manage this, it's okay? And what if at every level, if students really felt, oh, this is not an educational emergency, and faculty didn't act as though something was an educational emergency? If everybody could work from a place where the nervous system is regulated, I know that solutions will be plenty and ones that will be creative and effective. And so at an individual level, I will just say that to be able to do this for oneself requires being in your window of tolerance to come up with, what is a skillful choice for you? Not the one that you want to make when you're feeling so stressed, but what's really a skillful choice for you? So we can do this as individuals, we can do this as teams, we can do this as organizations. There's a Chinese proverb that says, the beginning of wisdom is finding the correct name for things. And so naming is really helpful. And naming with nuance is even more helpful. So if my friend says to me, how are you doing? And I say, I'm fine. There's not much there that's going to bring me back into my window of tolerance, right? These are just feelings I'm not expressing. But when my friend says something like, how is the quality of your heart? And I can be a little more expressive. And I love this feeling wheel that takes these core feelings and then broadens them out with incredible nuance to, I think, feelings I never even knew existed. And then I can be with somebody that says, tell me more. Right? That kind of naming engages our prefrontal cortex. And our prefrontal cortex is not really effective in that time of high stress, but is incredibly effective as a tool to bring us back into our window of tolerance, because we can start to name and quiet the sympathetic nervous system. And that is where our resilience lives, in that place of our optimal zone of arousal. So I would ask, each of you to think about, what are you holding? What are you holding from this time? The poet Mary Oliver says, tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you mine. And it's a beautiful invitation to say we are all holding something. Now, some of us may be holding something that you could sort of fit neatly in one of those carry-on bags that you can put in the cupboard above you on the plane. And some of you may be holding things that require that extra payment for heavy luggage and doesn't come out until all the other bags have gone around the baggage carousel. But we're all holding something. My daughter and I like to hike, and it's a beautiful way to get her in her optimal zone of arousal with rhythmic movement, and she starts talking. And it's wonderful because I get a little peek into her interior world. She's a teenager, and she says, am I talking too much? I said, no. Am I listening too much? And she said, no, but if you are, it's okay. The mountain can hold it. The mountain can hold it all. And it was such a beautiful reminder to find your mountain, right? Who can help you hold what you are carrying? But not just the hard stuff. Also the things that you're really proud of. Like, what are you proud of during this time? That, too, is this source of resilience. I trust every one of you has been innovative and creative and generative during this time. I don't know exactly how, but I know that you have. This conference is something that was born out of being creative and generative. This opportunity to sit and reflect for yourselves around this. So what are you proud of? Anybody willing to say something? Just shout it out. What are you proud of? What is it? Family. Nice. Anything else? You bought a house. Congratulations. I started a business. If you had asked me what was going to be the next chapter of my career, I've been a long-time academic. I can assure you starting a business was not on that list. Absolutely. Yeah.
Our community came together and built a center of excellence in autism and development.
Oh my gosh.
One of 11 in the whole United States.
So I'm not sure if people who are streaming in could hear that. The offering was the community. The community came together and built a Center for Autism Excellence, which is one of 11 in the United States. That is something to be proud of. So that too is part of this. I think we can all agree that we have not had the same pandemic. Again, apologies for the presentation of the slides. We have not all had the same pandemic. We have not all had access to the same information. We've had a nexus of shared experience, and beyond that, it has been quite varied, and it has exposed fault lines around a number of different elements, which I won't get into, but we all know, whether they are economic or political or racial or access to care, the pandemic was not equal in the way that it took lives in this country and in the world. So we have not all had the same experience. As mental health practitioners, for those of you, we know that people can have the same exposure, the same stressor, and not respond the same way. Right? You get variable responses from the same exposure. So if we think that this was actually not the same experience, why shouldn't we expect variable reactions? Why shouldn't we just inherently know that, of course, everyone's not going to react the same, and some people are not going to react so skillfully, and probably because they are not acting from their window of tolerance. And a lot of us, in terms of Maslow's hierarchy need, may have been sitting around this place of esteem and maybe even flirting with self-actualization, and very quickly got dropped down to that level of what is our basic safety, and what are those safety needs. And still a lot of people hovering in terms of just getting basic physiological needs met. And so even though we're kind of all dropped down to, we're going to let go of self-actualization and esteem, and we're going to try to hang on a little bit to belonging, but we're all really struggling with safety, it doesn't mean that we're going to react the same. And so I invite you to have some curiosity around that. And that curiosity is an ingredient for resilience. Curiosity will always dissolve judgment. There is a Rumi quote. Rumi's a 13th century poet and philosopher, and he says, "Out beyond wrongdoings and right doings, there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, even the phrase each other doesn't make sense." So when we can have curiosity, it makes room for compassion. And as far as I can tell, I think compassion is the antidote to all of this sense of what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be kind, right? Is a deep sense of compassion for others. A gentleman at the pump adjacent to me who just started fist clench, screaming expletives at the gas pump. And I said, "Sir, are you okay? What's wrong?" And the pump that he had pulled up to had that, bright gold plastic sleeve over the gas pump indicating that it was out of order. And this was what had gotten him so angry. I didn't see it before I pulled up. And I could say in that moment, he's not in his window of tolerance. This is, and I said, "Well, I'm just finishing up here. Why don't you just pull around?" Yeah, and he quieted, right? So it makes room for compassion, and we know this innately, right? When there is a need, we as humans do this so beautifully. We don't pause to say, does your yard sign match my yard sign? Do you pray to the same God that I pray to? No, we just show up. We just show up and we take care of one another, right? In the extremes. And it may not seem like it to a lot of us that, didn't lose our job or aren't worried about putting food on the table, but this is an extreme. This is a global pandemic. Can we just show up with some love and compassion, not just for others, but also for ourselves? And I want to tell you that there is physiology that supports that as well. As much as we have the fight, flight, freeze part of our nervous system, we also have this beautiful software that is embedded in all of us. It's called the tend and befriend part of our nervous system. It's an affiliative response to stress. And we tend to those who need tending to, maybe because they are not as capable or are smaller. And we affiliate, we come into groups because we portend greater survival when we are more than one, right? So this tend and befriend response is mediated by oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin. This is in our source code. We have it, and it's part of resilience. In this book, it says, nothing beats kindness, said the horse. It sits quietly beyond all things. But not just kindness for others. Jack Kornfield says, compassion that does not include yourself is incomplete. He's a Buddhist teacher. And for those of us in service work, I'm not so worried about us falling into one of these squares in the 2x2 that are mean or entitled. I'm much more concerned about us falling into the square that is unhealthy altruism. And that we have this give, give, give without really inviting ourselves into the circle, making our arms so wide that it includes not only all beings but ourselves. And so true compassion includes yourself. There is a poem by Miller Williams entitled Compassion. He says, have compassion for everyone you meet. What seems conceit, bad manners, or cynicism is always a sign of things no ears have heard, no eyes have seen. You do not know what wars are going on down there, where the spirit meets the bone. And that's true for us too, right? It's true for us too. So, kindness and gratitude. Gratitude is always about paying attention. In this book, it says, when big things feel out of control, which I think it's safe to say we're in that space, focus on what you love right under your nose. That's this quality of paying attention. When we can have gratitude for what is here, it will become savoring. And pretty soon that savoring will become awe. And then we can stand in awe of how we are carrying all of this stress, individually and collectively, and not in judgment. The poet Hafiz says, stay close to all the sounds that make you happy you are alive. Right? That's its sense of awe. Stay close to all the sounds, all the things, all the sights, all the people that make you glad you are alive. So I have a couple more things in this recipe for resilience that I want to talk about. And I'm actually going to talk about these in reverse order, and I'm going to add one as well. I'm going to add grieving. A lot of our traditional ways of grieving were taken from us during the time of the pandemic. But grieving is so essential to our own resilience. The physician and author Rachel Naomi Remen says, we don't burn out because we stop caring. We burn out because we don't grieve. One of the physicians that I saw for care is a palliative care doc, and he would write the name of patients and a little something about all the patients that he had cared for through the years in a little notebook. And during the pandemic, he lost 56 patients. 56 patients died, and he couldn't keep up in his notebook. And he just needed to stop, and he needed to grieve. And he needed to honor each one of those lives in the way that he knew how to do it, that sustained his work. And the pace of that death just really was too much. So he needed to stop and recover and grieve. And I think we all do in many ways. And then this sense of radical acceptance, right, which I think there's no better way to sum it up than the Serenity Prayer. James Baldwin said, "Not everything that we face can be changed, but we can't change anything until we face it." And we know this again, particularly as mental health clinicians. We have to start where we are. We have to start with the feet underneath, the ground underneath our feet, and we have to drop into an acceptance of this is how it is now before we can move forward. So radical acceptance, I think, is one of the key ingredients to resilience. And then this tricky one of forgiveness. You know, and in this book, it says the hardest person to forgive is yourself. And so I would ask you, you know, who and what do you need to forgive during this time? I trust there is something. And I would often, in the height of things, it's a little bit slower now in terms of the healthcare practitioners that I care for, but I would just say to myself, I forgive myself for all the things left undone today. All the things left undone. Mostly it was usually like housework and laundry because I would do the things that felt more pressing. But, you know, I forgive myself for all the things left undone. And I like this invitation by David White, who, you know, says forgiveness doesn't emanate from the original wound, but he talks about forgiveness as a skill. This is a beautiful book. If you haven't read it, David White, he's a poet, and this is his book on consolations, the solace, nourishment, and underlying meaning of everyday words. And he talks about forgiveness as a skill and as a way of shaping our mind to the future we want for ourselves. A way of shaping our mind for the future we want for ourselves. So that too, I think, in terms of forgiveness. And really finally, this collective resilience, which is only as strong as our individual resilience and can hold us, right? This collective resilience can hold us. It is undeniable that we are caught in this inescapable network of mutuality, and thank goodness that we are. And we can use the collective to buoy ourselves as needed, but when we can do this individually and also contribute to the collective resilience. And so I'm going to end with a poem by Naomi Shihab Nye entitled Shoulders. A man crosses the street in rain, stepping gently 2 times north and south, because his son is asleep on his shoulder. No car must splash him, no car drive too near his shadow. The man carries the world's most sensitive cargo, but he's not marked. Nowhere does his jacket say fragile, handle with care. His ears fill up with breathing. He hears the hum of a boy's dream deep inside. We're not going to be able to live in this world if we're not willing to do what he's doing with one another. We're not going to be able to live in this world if we're not willing to do what he's doing with one another. The road will only be wide. The rain will never stop falling. Thank you. And I welcome some questions and discussion. Yes.
So I was just wondering about what organizations can do to build in that recovery time when funding sources keep pinching down the there's such a squeeze on that. So what can organizations do?
Yeah, so the question, I'll repeat the question. I'm not sure if I need to do that for the streaming, but the question is, what can organizations do to bake in some recovery time when there's a lot of forces that are working against that? And are you specifically talking about healthcare settings or any? Yeah, so I think there are some organizations that probably outside of the healthcare setting that do this somewhat well. The military is actually one of them that will appreciate the inherent stress exposures with the occupation of choice and will create a mechanism for when certain exposures happen that there is downtime and that there is recovery time. And I think it is a really beautiful model and necessary model that many organizations could adopt. So while it is true that there are all of these sort of pressures in terms of funding, it is also true that the price tag is going to be paid, whether it's paid in the short term or paid in the long term when you look at attrition, for example, or you look at people burning out or taking medical leave. I know the math works in a way that if we allow people that recovery time, two things happen. One, their system can return into a state of ease, and they feel really valued by the organization, right? And that actually will sustain people in organizations because they appreciate that their workforce, it's not just trauma-informed care for patients, it's trauma-informed organizations that take those same principles and apply them to how are we working with our employees. On that slide where I said, like, what does the nervous system need from the environment? That's really a call to leadership. It's a call for anybody who's caring for a team or is in charge of policies within organizations to say, how well do our policies adhere to this, to give people a sense of physical and psychological safety, agency, control, predictability, recovery time. So I think it's non-negotiable, but it has to come from leadership. People will find a way to get that recovery time. It just actually oftentimes causes more difficulties because it comes in the form of a leave or it comes in the form of a resignation. So, so having some policies that bake that in where people can actually acknowledge that they need that recovery time. But it comes from leadership. I don't know if there's any questions online or how I would access those. Not yet, maybe? Okay. Other questions, reflections? Yes.
In your work, are you finding that corporations have the knowledge and ability to provide that care internally and offer it perhaps to the community and individual practitioners? I know locally, for example, Unum used to be very inclusive of the community practitioners. They were offering workshops for workforce.
No, I actually think one of the problems within, particularly the healthcare space, is they tend not to be very inviting of a multidisciplinary perspective. And I think there's incredible wisdom that those in the mental health space really have to offer in terms of organizations and healthcare organizations. But if you look at leadership within most healthcare organizations, you will not see many initials other than MD or DO. And you, if they're going to have that perspective, oftentimes it will be psychiatry, which I love my psychiatric colleagues, but also comes from a medical model and a pathology-based model, not a strengths-based model, and not particularly sort of informed about the physiology, particularly related to sort of trauma. So I don't think that they are, and I think they would do well to actually invite in other perspectives and disciplines to the table to do that. I don't quite know how to get there. Again, I think it's sort of a leadership issue of sort of recognizing I don't know what I don't know, and see what can happen when you sort of bring people around the table that come from really different perspectives. Yeah, yeah.
I know how. Every board, Maine has 5 major companies, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And every board, corporate board, is carefully crafted to invite those knowledgeable in various sectors.
Yes.
So the education of those boards
Mm-hmm.
is critical.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking with, I think that it's more an lack of information
Mm-hmm.
rather than a direct exclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just not knowing.
I think it's what not knowing what you don't know. Yeah, yeah. But a willingness to be curious, right? This is, again, curiosity will always dissolve judgment and will always make room for something bigger than we could even name or know. So yeah, so that the comment, and I apologize for not repeating the question for those of you online, was really about whether organizations are doing this, and then the idea that boards are very intentionally constructed by these organizations, but to invite in and to educate some of the board members in some of these perspectives and principles. Yeah. Yeah.
Many of our practitioners, right, our physicians and APPs, their training is such that they really compartmentalize their experience,
Yeah.
what they're doing, and present. What has been your experience on how to get them to sort of touch base with themselves and become grounded so that they can reach that next level of healing or resilience? Because they're burning out, right? That's what we're all seeing and we're hearing it
Mm-hmm.
in different ways. I can't do anymore, I can't learn this, I can't. It seems like it's external, but it's probably internal. How do we get to that next? How do we live that?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can certainly speak from the space of medical and nursing education, and this was really the inception of Tend Health and my work in this space, because if you look curricularly in that space for things that help our future clinicians turn towards and appreciate that they have an interior life, that they have an inner world too. Often that inner world that propelled them to want to go to medical school or nursing school or to become a mental health professional systematically, right, gets covered over and gets ignored through that process of training, really almost an explicit denial of not just one's emotional life, but sometimes even one's basic biological needs. We'll have people who say, like, I don't drink the whole time I'm at work because then I'll have to go to the bathroom. So I think there is an educational imperative to sort of bring some of these things into the space where people are learning about not only their professional development, but their personal development as it relates to their profession, and to bake it in at that level in a much more intentional way. I think a lot of the mental health professionals do that better, still not great. And then this is the call, again, to the first question, to have organizations not be trauma-informed outward-facing, but trauma-informed inward-facing, to expect that we as humans, sensitive human creatures, can continually be exposed to the occupational stressors that we have in these jobs as caregivers, and to not expect us to have experiences and reactions from them, right? You might as well ask us to, right, sort of swim through water without getting wet. It's not realistic, but there has not historically been appreciation for that at the educational level and also at the sort of organizational level and policy level that actually makes time and space for that. Because the short term, the out of your window of tolerance solution is to detach. And it can work in the short term, and it can work in a crisis, right? In a crisis, we don't need to be constantly worrying about what our direct experience is. We need to attend to the crisis. We default to our training, and that's effective. And we also need to process that afterwards. And we need to not have that be the way that we meet all of these everyday exposures. Most of us who are in service, who are mental health professionals or physicians or other caregivers, working with kids with developmental disabilities and autism, the inherent nature of the work is very different than going to a desk job and work, like doing spreadsheets or working, it's very different. It's heart-centered work, but it's also heart-impacting work. And we have to have a larger collective understanding of that, even if it affects productivity. Because ultimately, I do believe we're paying for it in the way that you're saying. People are burning out, people go on leave, people quit, people leave the profession. Might we be able to create a way to sustain this work over the course of a lifetime that not only benefits the consumers, but really deeply benefits the people who are doing this work? Yeah.
When you brought up productivity, my country was concerned about that, and how the metrics that are used to assess productivity in all kinds of systems,
Mm-hmm.
healthcare systems, educational systems,
Mm-hmm.
how it contradicts some of the values.
Yes.
And some of the real work that's being done, the next legislation that's being done. So how do we live in these two worlds? And it seems that we need to do something to kind of break that down. Some of those metrics that are used to assess productivity are quite misleading.
Mm-hmm.
Just because something has a numeric value that looks like it's low or high, what does that really represent?
Mm-hmm.
The kinds of outcomes that we want to see
Yeah.
in people's lives.
Yeah.
Just more of a comment, but I think it seems like we need a real paradigm shift.
I think that, yeah. For those online, the comment was really about the discrepancy and the incongruence between the metrics that we hold around productivity, even if we sort of have these values that I've been talking about, but that we still have these metrics that are not reflective of those values. And so I think some of it may be adding metrics, right? There may be some of these metrics that we can't get around by the nature of how services are funded in this country, but we can add some metrics. We can add some things that really have to do with a clear reflection of values around how people are doing, how people are being, how valued people feel in their organization. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I just, when you're talking about just different pieces of this, whether it's policy, procedure, or the metrics, kind of things like that, I just thought I'd kind of offer, so I work in Veterans Administration. We have a lot of people working from home right now. I'm not working from home. I'm still at the hospital. But there's so many team meetings.
Mm-hmm.
It's by the WebEx or Zoom or those kind of things. And one of the things I guess that I've added into this is we build 5 extra minutes into the meeting. We stop so that everyone can show their dog or their cat
Mm-hmm.
online.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, I've seen a lot of cats walk across.
Cats love Zoom. Yeah.
I feel like I've got so many pets and pet children now.
Mm-hmm.
And things like that. Oh yeah, your kid can say hi. But one they're trying to go away, mom's on a meeting. Like, go ahead. And
Mm-hmm.
dogs are like, oh, at the beginning, let's show the puppy. I got a new puppy. And it's really funny. It seems like such a small thing. But people connect to their pets so much and what they love.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so they bring that into their work world too. It's only for a few minutes. It's very sustaining. We laughed about it. Like, oh, well, I think we're going to get a new cat. What do people think? It's funny, it's 5 minutes of fun. We're
Mm-hmm.
home, so there they are. My St. Bernard has made a couple of appearances, but little things like that.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's big policy. That would be helpful. But how much can we really impact that on a day-to-day basis or with your team? And sometimes those little things I think are really refreshing.
Yeah, it's just human first, right? And there's there actually is some good neurobiology of just a release of oxytocin in the human brain with making a bit of prolonged eye contact with a dog. I don't think they've shown that for felines yet, but with a dog, that is true. But it is that sort of it's sort of integrating and seeing somebody as more than just sort of what they're producing, and it's very human first. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Has been just interrupted, and you know, I know Zoom has been a godsend in some ways, but it's really kind of terrible. You know, you see
Mm-hmm.
everybody
Mm-hmm.
on a little screen
Mm-hmm.
and doing all of our work that way has taken its toll.
Yeah.
On our relationships,
Mm-hmm.
and because you really can't meet people in the same way, you can't connect them.
Yeah.
It's a reality that
Yeah. 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 In this book, there is a page where in Charles Mackesy books, the mole really likes cake. Kind of has a thing for cake. And then he says to the little boy, he said, "I found something better than cake." And the little boy says, "You did not." He said, "I did. A hug. It lasts longer." And I think that's some of what you're really pointing to is, I mean, this affiliative part of our nervous system deeply knows connection, right? When you are suffering, you don't first want someone to solve whatever problem. You want someone to just come right beside you, or you want a hug. You just want to have that sense of connection. We know this as humans. And that was certainly taken from all of us other than in our sort of immediate circles. And then sometimes you're like, okay, I don't want a hug. It's enough. Yeah.
I'm not sure I can phrase my question correctly, but I'm wondering if you can say anything about cognition of how we are both like responding to a crisis that is in some ways coming to an end, or you know, there's something in the past to process, and then there's something currently happening. In Maine, especially, our numbers are so high, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
It's hard to judge what's scary, like being here,
Mm-hmm.
anxiety provoking.
Mm-hmm.
But should it be? And then the future, like how to assess is there risk in the future?
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like for some of what you're describing, that I want to build my like sense of resilience, I'm still in like such a activated. It's hard to ever not be activated.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious if you have any insight on that. Like, is there a parallel kind of set of natural disasters that where people have now this like long path still happening? We don't know.
Climate change. Yeah, I really appreciate both the question and the acknowledgement that we are still in this. And so while it is true that we have much more knowledge, we have more tools and resources at our disposal than we did back in April of 2020 when we were in very high surge in Massachusetts, but we are still very much in this. And so I do think there are things that we can do and have been able to do all along of being in it, and to have that radical acceptance of this is still here, this is how it is now. And so, right, I go back to that sense of where we place our attention. Wherever we place our attention, love will flourish and grow, and gratitude will grow. Gratitude is always about attention. And so can we place our attention on something close in and right in front of us, and maybe not worry so much, right, about the future if you're in a place of activation. Worrying about the future, right? The future is always a theory, and anxiety is always kind of gonna worst case scenario that. So like if you're activated, right, and if even being here, right, you've positioned yourself in a way for your nervous system, right, to feel a little bit protected. You've positioned yourself, right, in the back corner, and you have your mask on, and so your nervous system can sort of look around and say, it's okay, like I want to be here, and I'm here, and it's okay. And do those things to bring you back in the short term in that window of tolerance. And then that is just repeated, right? Over and over and over again. But I do think there are limitations because there is still a lot of unknowns. And so I think what each of us can do individually is those small things that keep us in our optimal zone of arousal, so that the choices that we're making and how we are acting with ourselves and how we are acting relationally are driven from that place, from our wisest choices, and not from a place of reactivity. When we are thrust out of our window of tolerance, our empathy is decreased. I mean, I'm saying this, but it's like almost doesn't need to be said, right? Like, you see what has happened. We've all witnessed and been witness to what has happened. We don't have the capacity for empathy. In fact, the stress response actually creates much more sort of tribalism, right? Part of that tend and befriend and affiliate is, I'm going to go find and be with people like me, and the way that I know that you're like me is because you're not like those other people. It creates this divisiveness and this othering. That's part of the stress response to portend our individual survival and protection, and the survival of the people like us, not so much the other people, right? So that happens, and if we can individually work to stay in that zone of arousal, their optimal zone of arousal, then we have access to empathy and we have access to compassion. Rumi said something like, yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I'm changing myself. I think we are probably at time. This is usually my favorite part, so I don't want to cut off. I know we're going to break. If anybody has any final comment or question. Yeah, actually, my pleasure, my privilege to be here with all of you. And, yeah. May you be well. May you be well.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Thank you.
So if you
Perfect.
need it, you just hit
That button.
and
Well,
if it goes
see, it'll
just hit it one more time,
Okay.
and it'll come back.
I'll try not to say, oh, those stupid bubbles.
Hi, how are you? Thanks so much for presenting. Hi.
We've known each other.
We've known each other for a long time, a very long time, yeah.
Wonderful, yeah.
Yeah.
And Alexandra, this is Jeanette.
Hi,
Hi,
Alexandra.
Social work.
Hi. Nice to meet you too. I was so thanks for doing this, really thanks for doing this. And I think I will just kind of just to introduce you. I'm just going to kind of read what's here. Is that okay? Just to say, do you want me to say anything else?
No, that's fine. That's perfect, because I was thinking I'd introduce Susan and Alexandra, but if you do that, then we're all set.
Yeah, I'll just say a few. Well, I'll introduce you both as graduate students in cultural education who are joining the presentation, and you also have the Susan, you're the Breathe program clinical coach. Oh, the Portland Public Schools. I know about this. Yeah, of course I do. Yeah. So, okay.
Would you mind to say that Alexandra is also an artist?
Yes. Do you have a pen? Thank you.
Wherever I go, I
Graduate counseling, we have health counseling. And what kind of artists are you?
I do realistic drawing, so I do portrait work.
Oh, okay. So if I call you a portraiture artist?
Yeah. I do a lot of different things, but I'm known for that.
An artist who specializes in portrait. How about that?
Yeah,
Artist
perfect.
with specialty. So, yes, I'm thinking about portraiture. We have a faculty member right now who's a trustee professor. Do you know Paula Gerstenblatt?
Not sure if I do.
Okay, so she is a trustee professorship, and the project that she is working on is collage portraiture to tell complex narrative, as an expression of complex narratives. And she's doing this extraordinary work. I've been over her studio a couple of times just to see what she's just producing these. It's really her family story, Jewish immigrants, fleeing the Holocaust and the kind of history of the family. And it's going to be exhibited at the Jewish Museum in January.
Wow. There was a similar exhibit there a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They weren't portraits, they were collages, though.
The collages, yeah. So
telling that story.
Yeah. So you were there. You were at that one that she did a few years ago. You said? Yeah.
Was it at the Jewish Museum?
It was at the Jewish
Then
Museum.
yes.
It's a similar kind of technique that she's using. I mean, they're portraits and in collage and storytelling. So it's interesting. Yeah. So I should get you
you'll
started.
introduce us.
I
That's
will.
great. All right. And this, shall I just assume it will turn on when we...
I don't know. Hit the green button. See, that's the end of it. You can check with. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, is this working? Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the break. I'd just like to introduce our next presenters, who are from here at USM. And Dr. Adele Baruch, who's the Associate Professor and the Chair of the Counselor Education Program in Clinical Mental Health right here at USM. And we have two of her graduate students, Susan Burns-Chong, who is also a Breathe program clinical coach at the Portland Public Schools. And we have Alexandra Hood, who, in addition to being a graduate student in counselor education and clinical mental health counseling here, is also an artist with a specialty in portraiture. And they are going to present this morning on resilience in the face of trauma, individuals, families, and service providers. So I will just turn it over to you, Adele. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. We're very pleased to be here to talk about this timely and important topic. And I do want to thank my colleagues for joining me here. We're going to address the question of resilience from several different contexts. We're going to look at working with individuals. We're also going to look at families and then service providers and communities. So hopefully we'll be able to take an ecological view of how support during times of stress can function at the individual level and within these wider communities. So we're going to do that through some case examples. We'll offer a case example of an individual. We'll offer a case example of a family. We'll offer one with a provider from the schools, and then some very brief community examples. I've done a long study of communities after catastrophes or in the midst of catastrophes, and there's not enough time to bring a lot of that material in, but some of the material is so interesting and relevant that I'll bring that in at the end. I'd like to offer a couple of, excuse me, very simple definitions. There are many good definitions, some were offered this morning, but simple, basic definitions that will serve this discussion of trauma and resilience. So we're looking at trauma as occurring when something terrible happens and one is not able to respond. So it's that sense of helplessness that makes a situation traumatic. Very basic. Resiliency, from the way that we're looking at it, is also very basic, and that is the ability to stay in a condition of stable functioning. So it isn't recovery. We're not assuming PTSD. We're not assuming mental disorder. We're assuming that there is the capacity to stay at stable functioning. It also isn't maturity, which in some ways might be optimal functioning, but we're not looking at that today. That resiliency is a necessary condition for maturity, but it isn't sufficient. Just a word about the difference between maturity and resiliency. Maturity often requires that the individual is entirely conscious of the troubles that they're facing. And that can lead to very high functioning interaction and coping. We're looking at the fact that people may not be entirely conscious of all the ways that they're coping. Some of it may be unconscious, but it's working. And what we're going to be talking about today are the ways that we can support that ability to work and to keep stable functioning in the face of these very significant challenges. There are many themes related to the support of resiliency, and today we're going to summarize some of them, and they're all going to point to overcoming a sense of helplessness and aloneness. And hopefully point to the possibility, Dr. Runyon alluded to this earlier, the possibility of post-traumatic growth. That is, that having withstood these challenges, having maintained stable functioning, might in fact lead to a different kind of growth, one that can appreciate and remember, I think, give attention to, as Dr. Runyon talked about, the fact that these challenges were faced, and despite the challenges, we were able to find solutions to remaining stable. So with that, we'd like to just take a few moments to offer ideas about self-compassion, a theme that Dr. Runyon introduced so beautifully.
Yeah, some of the material that we'll be talking about in our hour-long workshop might be sensitive material to you. And we encourage you during this time to really take care of yourself. We recognize that, as Dr. Runyon reference that we're still in this state of crisis and worry. And so we're hoping that you can extend to yourself the same compassion that you might extend to others. And so please, we encourage you to practice that during our time together. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. So in summary, I'm not very used to talking with PowerPoints. I'm loath to admit I use old-fashioned outlines generally, but I will try to remember to change the PowerPoint. If you notice that I have not gone very far in the PowerPoint, please remind me. So we'll discuss challenges of the pandemic, strategies for stabilization and resilience, and then the common themes across all these contexts: individual, family, provider, and community. And as we get started, I'd like to ask you to take a moment, to take a few breaths, to get comfortable in your seat. Dr. Runyon talked about the importance of remembering the fact that we may need a few breaths as we talk, think, and work about in relation to these matters. So taking a few breaths, getting comfortable, and then visualizing a time in your past, it may be the very recent past, where you've confronted great challenge. The pandemic, of course, offers many examples, but you might be remembering a time that was prior to the pandemic. And then taking a few moments to think about a person or a group or a set of experiences that offered you connection, that helped you to maintain stable functioning during that time. And as you think about this person or people and experiences, you might become aware of some feelings that you have. It may be useful to basically allow these people, experiences, feelings to accompany us as we think about ways that we can support individuals, families, communities during this time of crisis. So we'll start with some cases, and I have to admit, these cases are true stories, and they're true stories that didn't end so well. And I took the opportunity to think about ways that we might envision offering support so that these cases, these stories might have ended differently. And so Alexandra is going to introduce some of these, starting with an individual case. Oh, I'm sorry, Alexandra, you're first going to help us think about the model that we're going to use. So we're going to think about these cases in the context of an ecological model that Alexandra will introduce.
So to begin with the ecological model, the ecological systems model views the environment as a set of nested contexts from immediate settings to the broad features of culture and society. Here we'll consider the following four contexts. So the microsystem is an individual's immediate environment. Microsystems are characterized by patterns of activities, roles, and interpersonal relations experienced. For example, family, teachers, coworkers, and peers. The mesosystem contains interrelations among two or more microsystems. For example, the relation between settings of work, family, and social life. The demands of one setting, as many of us have probably experienced, such as work, may require so much time and effort that the person is not able to meet expectations in another setting, such as family. The exosystem includes one or more settings that do not actively involve an individual, but directly affects the individual and their environment. For example, the exosystems can be neighborhoods, a parent or partner's work promotion, the mass media, or extended family. The macrosystem is the culture or society that frames the systems and affects or influences the individual. It is the cultural environment in which an individual resides. So for example, socioeconomic status, history, religion, and laws can all influence an individual in contexts. So we'll begin with a case study on individuals. So for our individual case presentation, we have Angela. Angela is an 18-year-old student from a small town in Massachusetts, locations changed, who was starting her first year of college in Maine during the COVID-19 pandemic. As an outgoing and spontaneous artist, she spent most of her teenage years busy with friends, often painting in community arts events. Upon arriving at college, Angela participated in a required 2-week quarantine in her dorm room, where she was isolated from all other students. After she completed her quarantine, her primary interactions with students on campus were online orientations and small mass gatherings. Angela quickly found that she felt increasingly lonely on the campus. She was often the only first year in the art studios, which had limited hours during the pandemic. As she struggled to adjust to college life, restricted social gatherings, and remote academics, Angela found herself increasingly depressed. Beginning to fall behind in classes and severely anxious about her future, Angela made a suicide attempt in her dorm room. With guidance from her family and college administrators, Angela has chosen to enter treatment with the goal of finishing her academic year.
So yes, as Alexandra described, we're going to look at work with the individual, with families, with providers, with this nested perspective. What would be helpful at the individual level? What would be helpful at the community level? And also as these community groups interact with one another. So looking first at Angela and basically the normal developmental challenges that would face any 18-year-old leaving home. We're all pretty familiar with these, but it's worth mentioning. The need to differentiate from the family of origin, identity formation, which begins at young adulthood but continues on, and let's remember it's not one identity, it's many identities, cultural, religious, gender, occupational. Affiliation in areas of interest. One of the things that we've found in looking at adjustment to university life is that those students that affiliate with faculty and with other students in their areas of interest are those students that stay and that thrive. So a developmental need to affiliate, also to develop new support networks. Where does Angela take her pet for care? Where does Angela pray? All those things have to be negotiated in those early weeks. Negotiating social media, an area that I never had to deal with as a young person, saw my children dealing with. And now we're coming to terms with the fact that this is a whole new stress. It's a whole level of stress. How do they participate socially with these carefully curated images while developing their own identity? So in addition to these developmental challenges, there are the challenges of the pandemic. Long periods of isolation, as you heard in this case. And that's isolation on top of what has been described as an epidemic of loneliness. It's interesting, as I've been looking more at this, at recent data, we often think about an epidemic of loneliness with people around my age, in their later adult years. And in fact, what's happening is this epidemic of loneliness for young adults and young parents, and we'll talk about that in a little while. So on top of this loneliness, as it's been generated within our culture, there's the need to isolate at various points, as was described in the case study. Personal connections are less accessible. Families may be more taxed, or individuals may return to their families for periods of time, creating a kind of regressed condition, creating stresses in that way. The increased dependency on social media, we talked a little bit about Zoom earlier, and then fewer active support networks that exist in person. That's changing a little bit, but it's still very much the case. I want to talk about interventions at the individual level, and as that may grow into community-level interventions. I will go quickly over the parts related to protocol in relation to trauma. Dr. Runyon touched upon them, and you're probably familiar with the protocols recommended, but I will emphasize one or two areas that are often not emphasized enough, in my view. So there is the need for self-regulation and grounding. And with a trusted therapist, Angela could learn to get in touch with her sensory experience, with her breath, a number of simple strategies that you probably all engage in, both for yourself and with clients, to remind them that they can ground to self-regulate should they need that emotional regulation. So learning that, and then once that's established, reconnecting with their internal awareness. We've seen that after trauma or during a traumatic time, we often lose touch with our own inner awareness. So before a person can name feelings, as Dr. Runyon talked about, we have to become aware of something going on inside. So that ability to ground and self-regulate enables that inner awareness. The other element within a counseling context that can enable that awareness is to basically borrow the self-regulation of the trusted person beside them, the therapist. As Dr. Runyon mentioned, we all have to work to make sure that we're not triggered. And so as we take care of ourselves, we can better be that partner to basically expand that window of tolerance and provide that emotional resonance that creates the climate for allowing that internal awareness. The next area is the one that I would like to emphasize, responding to triggers through active choice. Dr. Runyon mentioned the importance of verbalizing inner experience, and that is choice-making, putting the inner experience into words. We've found that it's most useful when a person is triggered to take an active, that is, a somatically engaged, what could I say? To make the choice of somatic engagement when triggered. So it could be simple. So Angela can recognize, okay, I'm getting triggered. This is a difficult situation. I'm going to mention that it would be useful to take a little bit of a walk. Now we're looking at counseling protocols that are a little different than what we used 20, 30 years ago. But we're recognizing that the ability to make the choice to actively engage our bodies is a way to bring the situation which has gone to the sort of lower brain region that Dr. Runyon spoke about into the midbrain so that it can go to the frontal cortex. The person is not only making a choice, but they're involving their bodies in the choice making. So it could be as simple as taking a walk. It could be as simple as making a drawing for Angela that might work, that relates to the inner experience that she's having. It can be also as simple as saying, okay, I'm going to go back to that 4-square breath in my body. I'm going to let the counselor know that it's going to be useful to just sit and breathe for a while. And this is something that we could actively engage with our clients. Looks like you're getting triggered. What kinds of choices could we make that would basically help to withstand that triggering and feel more comfortable as we continue our work together? So making that active choice, engaging in positive emotion. This isn't talked about a whole lot, but I think it does relate to what Dr. Runyon talked about this morning in terms of attending, remembering those connections that elicit positive emotion has been found to support resiliency. 20 years ago, we used to think when there was a crisis, what we had to do right away was to do this crisis debriefing in which the person talked about the traumatic experience and talked about all the troubles they were going through so that they could properly address them and grieve. And what we found with resilience is sometimes, actually often, people need some time to not think about the challenge and the trauma, to think about the resources and connections and positive emotions, somewhat in the same way that I suggested earlier in the talk today, because it's those positive emotions that provide the grounding to do some of that exploration, which sometimes takes some time and distance. So moving away from the immediate need to process, and also, as Dr. Runyon mentioned, understanding that people grieve differently, that people may not express grief in terms of having to go over the experience. Some of it may remain unconscious, but if it works to help with stabilization, then it's helping with resiliency. The other element that we can look at with Angela is to find ways for Angela to connect with others in a way that she's helping and supporting others without excessive altruism. We talked about those dangers, but simply finding a way to connect and problem solve collaboratively with others. So she might join an art group, she might join a peer-to-peer support system, but in this way, she's expressing her competence. She's not only seeing herself as someone who needs help, but she's seeing herself as someone who is a resource. So with Angela, just imagining some interventions. Working individually with a therapist to expand her window of tolerance, gaining trust through rupture and repair. And what that means simply is that she's going to be working as an adult, as a mature adult, with another adult who will make mistakes in the course of counseling, but will be there and will promote this sense of, we're going to work through this together, and we're committed to the relationship. So if there is a rupture, if there is a time when there's a great deal of discomfort, we'll repair it to continue the relationship. Building that trust through rupture and repair, gaining access to her inner experience, maybe through an art group, that is a group where she can feel trusting, get in touch with some of her feelings, and either create art or give voice in some other way where she can express some of those feelings. Create a situation where she can be of service to others in her community. And then finally, once there is some time and some space between the traumatic events and Angela's ability to integrate those. It would be very useful to go back and look at those traumatic events and create a coherent story that gives meaning and shape to those traumatic events. But we're finding that it's not necessarily useful to insist that it happens right away. Those other steps would be useful to do first. So, considering the individual within her microsystems, and then what I'd like to do now is just step back and look at it from a family perspective. How would we work with families that are facing not only developmental challenges, but the challenges of the pandemic? And Alexandra will introduce another case example.
So for our case presentation for our family, in this case, we have a family of mixed heritage. The father, Len, is Irish and English and works as a dairy farmer on a contract basis for Cooperative Extension. And the mother, Ella, was born in New York City, and both of her parents were born in Puerto Rico. Ella is a baker and gardener who sells baked goods and some produce at farmers markets. There are 2 young children at home, Ben, age 7, and Rosa, age 4. Schooling was remote for Ben last year, and Rosa no longer attends her 3-day-a-work pre-K, 3-day-a-week. The family's finances are strained because of dairy prices, lack of consultation work, and farmers markets shutting down. Aside from the effects of COVID and the related school and work shutdowns, the family has been challenged by caring for Len's mother, who lives nearby and who has been battling cancer for the past 8 months. The family has extended most of their credit, and Ella has been trying to convince Len to trade in his dairy cattle for beef cattle, an idea he is resistant to. Len and Ella are in couples counseling. They report much more fighting and yelling over the past year, and they are concerned about the effects on the children. On some days, Len will drink heavily in the barn, and Ella will ask him to drive to a nearby empty rental to create some distance between him and the family. Ella has been yelling at the children more than usual, and Rosa especially has become more anxious and withdrawn.
So here too, you can see a whole array of developmental challenges for this young family. How to continue and nurture the spousal relationship when you have to raise young children. The need for community, and actually this bit of data that I just found recently, that 50% of mothers of young children report extreme loneliness. We don't associate loneliness often with this age range. That's, to me, an astonishing piece of data. And that's without a pandemic. So the need for community, managing the financial burdens in a changing economy, caring for elderly parents, communicating with schools and other family social supports, and managing a home environment that's responsive to the changing needs to young children. Additional issues with the pandemic: increased isolation from resources and additional economic strain. For instance, farmers markets were closed. For a time, the Cooperative Extension was closed. There's the need for intermittent homeschooling. The fear of infection when caring for children and elderly parents, and then less community support available for both, actually, children and parents. So looking at processes that promote resilience in families, some of them are quite similar to those that promote resilience for individuals. Some are a little different. The importance of making meaning together as a family, and this relates to building family cohesion. The importance of creating a flexible organization to the family, one that remains with clear boundaries, but is also flexible in relation to roles as they change, as children get older, as the adults get older. And the importance of communication with an awareness of, and this is often irrational, but it exists, that we know this, that there's shame associated with trauma. So for instance, Len may know intellectually that it isn't his fault that the herd is falling and that he can't any longer support his family with a business that's been in his family for generations. He may know that intellectually, he may know it's not his fault, but there may be a tremendous amount of shame associated with that. So the importance of sensitive, tactful, and clear communication, which most of us are not brought up with necessarily, so becomes a learned skill. Collaborative problem solving, finding ways to support the family as they learn to solve problems together, as they acknowledge they may have different styles for communicating, but that somehow they will be best served to understand these different styles so that they can negotiate and collaborate around problems together. So looking at Len and Ella's family, for instance, finding ways, let's imagine that they're continuing with their couples counselor. Finding ways for Ella and Len to identify shared and different values, to identify their strengths as a couple, and encouraging, again, returning to this awareness of positive emotions. They love the land, they love their children, they love each other. Talking about this, giving it attention, will help create resiliency, will strengthen their bonds, and will evoke the positive emotion that's so helpful to maintain that level of stable functioning. Coaching for clear emotional expression, knowing that they may have very different ways of expressing themselves, but still finding a way to communicate with each other. Then looking at the organization, both of their family and how their family relates to other microsystems. It's looking at the mesosystemic level that Alexandra referred to. How do the smaller systems relate to one another? So how does the family relate to the community help available with something like cooperative extension to diversify their business? Can they get resources for the children in developing skills that the children may already have through their love of the land also, but maybe nurturing some of those skills through 4-H, through family roles on the farm. As a dairy farm, it wasn't so easy to have the young children involved. If they diversify into something like a greenhouse, maybe the children can be more involved. So you're changing the organization a little bit to create that flexibility to adapt to the changing environment. And looking at sources of financial support, both for the immediate family and for the extended family that one may not have been aware of prior to this more emergency-like situation. One of the ways that you can enhance family communication is to bring them in consultation. So the couples counselor needn't feel as if there's, then they're moving into family work, which is generally not thought of as optimal. If you're working with the couple, then if you think the family needs work, you might refer to another family therapist. But it is workable to occasionally consult with the family to offer psychoeducation if you think it's useful for the strength of the ongoing couple. And so you could bring the family in to coach around problem solving, around communication, and around ideas about how the family can interact in a way that promotes cohesion. Cohesion is an element for family resiliency that you may not address with individual work, but cohesion is one of the areas of strength and stability for families, and ways that Len and Ella may promote it would be to look into ways that the children can connect with their extended family, learning Spanish, looking into their heritage. As I mentioned earlier, participating in the work of the household or the farm, and maybe the children sharing some of the skills that they have learned. And again, the creation of shared narratives within the family as they gain a little bit of a distance on the challenges that they've faced, so that they can eventually create stories of how they have been able to both experience the challenges, but then meet them as a coherent family. So with that, we'll begin with a case example relating to service providers. As most of you here today are service providers, and there are some excellent questions about maintaining resiliency as we help others.
So this is a composites case study. Joseph came to the U.S. from Burundi as a teenager. As he prepared to graduate from high school, he decided he would enter the helping professions. His mother had been a teacher back home, and he always remembered the help his family received coming to the United States. He just couldn't decide between education and human services. He enrolled in college courses while working as an intake worker at a local agency. At 25, he proposed to his girlfriend, and they were married in the Catholic Church. Now, at age 36, Joseph is raising 2 children. One is attending preschool, and the other is in 5th grade. At the start of the pandemic, Joseph's father became gravely ill when he contracted COVID-19 and tragically died. Joseph now also cares for his mother, who has moved into the family's house. The family enjoys spending time together, but the stresses of the pandemic and family relationships have impacted Joseph's sense of purpose. Joseph serves as an educational technician in a classroom of elementary-age children in a public school. He wonders if he can sustain the compassion and care that is demanded of him at this time.
Thank you. While the role of service provider can be challenging enough with physical and emotional demands, the role becomes much more challenging when we look at the difficulties in a pandemic. You will likely resonate with parts of his story. Even while the potentiality of a vaccine for younger children is on the horizon, none of his young students is currently vaccinated. He's unsure if the adults with whom he comes into contact are also vaccinated. He worries that he may be a carrier for COVID, bringing it home to his wife, mother, and his yet unvaccinated sons. He worries about his family in Burundi and if they feel safe from COVID with the limited resources there. Actually, I'll bring that there. He has not yet had the time or energy to properly grieve and attend to the loss of his father, as he has needed to care consistently for others. His care has made him maybe a little more vulnerable to generalized or collective grief. He is feeling a growing frustration and resentment as absentee rates increase with people needing to quarantine or take off work from being sick, and his pay has not increased. The pandemic strain on the child care system, in addition, has really created worry for him, as he's not sure whether the child care provider will be open from one day to the next. Time for engaging with friends is limited, and he reasons even if he had time, he would be unsure how to do so safely. As with so many of us during this time, our physical distancing has also resulted in social emotional distancing, creating a significant loss of cohesion for Joseph. There are some notable dimensions of resilience for for an individual. Whether we're living in expected times or unexpected times, like in a pandemic or after 9/11, researchers have begun to look at the neurobiological understanding of the long-term impact of trauma on the functioning of the brain, as we heard about this morning. One of my favorite books, In the Heart of Trauma, by Bonnie Battenach, she cites a 2005 study of the brains of World War II veterans who were likely experiencing PTSD. And what was found was that the brainstem showed significant changes to the number of neurons present, serving in the role of emotional regulation. The author goes on to describe that the traumas that don't receive the support they need to integrate, like sustained abuse, war, neglect, or ongoing stress, can affect the anatomy of our brain. And it's perhaps that any experience of fear and/or pain that doesn't have the support it needs to be digested and integrated into the flow of our developing brains becomes the definition of trauma. So I'm going to read that one more time because I really think it's powerful. Any experience of fear and/or pain that doesn't have the support it needs to be digested and integrated into the flow of our developing brains is the definition of trauma. And we certainly are living in a time to consider that. She asserts that relational neurobiology teaches us that resilience and post-traumatic growth, and we heard a little bit about that, I'll touch on that again, are to be found along a continuum of healing. So I found great hope in that we are somewhere along this continuum of healing. When we're supported in this healing, we maintain the capacity to emotionally regulate beyond the experiences. And in the growing body of COVID research on care providers, and I was able to find quite a number of research articles, studies are citing that adaptability and flexibility are kind of the ability to take things in stride, have been shown to be some of the most protective skills against the development of anxiety due to trauma. Social support at the individual and community levels is vital. Researchers are exploring the idea of the secure base, which is a term that's attached to attachment theory. And it's an idea that it's an important part of our experience. You know, if we think about if you take a moment, you can think about what is your secure base? Where is the place where you can get validation, understanding, acceptance, affirmation, and availability of appropriate family and community resources? Much has also been written in the resilience field about two other topics, self-concept and sense of coherence. Self-concept is a term in the literature describing how people think about and evaluate themselves in specific situations. And a strong self-concept can help mitigate the effects of trauma and to navigate stressors. And the sense of coherence identifies how people deal with challenges. So when people have a strong sense of coherence, they see the world as something that is manageable, understandable, and meaningful. And finally, just as resilience in an individual refers to the ability to regain balance, for a system, it also holds true. And so we'll be looking a little bit about how systems can be resilient in terms of supporting the people who are working within that system. I have just 4 themes that emerge as a system's responsibility for caring for service providers. One is professional wellness. There's been a shift from the idea of traditional self-care, where we are talking about the kinds of things we're doing to take care of ourselves. Are we going for a run? Are we reading poetry? Are we doing those things that we need to add into our schedule? And what I'm seeing is that there's new language around self-care that is really professional wellness and really looking at that deeper level of wellness that can sustain us. And it's an exciting piece of news is that in the 2021 Code of Ethics for the National Association of Social Workers, this commitment to self-care, they use that term, but that's okay. This commitment to self-care has been added in and codified in the way that social workers are kind of committing themselves to making sure that there is this wellness. And in addition, there's an additional piece around how agencies, organizations, schools also need to provide, from a systems level perspective, that kind of, the kinds of structures and supports that can promote wellness. And then there's also a piece around connectedness. As we talked about, the feeling of isolation has changed in that we're no longer as physically isolated. However, looking around this room, I see we still are honoring that piece of distancing. But for many providers at this time, because some are at home and some are not, some are in the throes of a very significant and stressful environments, it can feel just as emotionally isolating. Also considering our staff meetings are on Zoom or Google Meet, and when we are together, again, we're masked and still apart. The good news is that research is showing us that first responders, who typically had an association or a group, an affiliative group, as we mentioned, tend to hold a shared narrative, and this promotes resilience. In 9/11 research, I found in many cases, service providers who came to the site as part of an affiliative group were able to show a stronger model of resilience than ones who had to come alone, like say as a pipe fitter or someone who wasn't able to have that strong connection with others in the field. And so what we're seeing is that this connectedness of this experience, it builds connections between the members, but then also extends globally so that it becomes more universal. The agency and capacity for change within the workplace is also, it's an interesting shift right now. What I'm finding is that people are asking each other, what's working in our workplace and what's been difficult? What can we do about it? And research, this is good news, because research demonstrates that workers and workplaces who feel that they have agency and voice in changing some form of practice are typically more resilient, even in the face of challenge. And then the fourth is really around vicarious trauma and vicarious success. So if we are really truly providing the support, care, resources, and therapy to people who've experienced trauma, we should be, for folks in this field, we should be very clear that we're offering a trauma-sensitive environment. And we do that not only for the people we're working with, we're also doing it for ourselves. And one of the strongest things or most exciting things I've been reading about is the trauma-informed supervision. And I don't think that this is relegated only to the world of social work or counselor education. I think that I'll be sharing a little bit more about the trauma-informed supervision because I think it can translate into many different fields. But in a nutshell, it is an emphasis on safety, trust, collaboration, choice, and empowerment. And so it's the idea that if we are offering a work environment where we are able to get feedback and give feedback in a safe way, we are, in a sense, giving permission to each other to heal from the pieces that we're experiencing. Okay, now I'll jump right into the interventions. So as we've talked about, the focus on intervention is not necessarily on the trauma and its aftermath. Very often it is a balance of looking at many different parts of that space between the trauma and present-day challenges. For Joseph's case, if we go back to the case study, trauma-informed supervision, again, may be very helpful for him as he struggles to manage the growing demands of work. Having a trusted person who is able to hear him, validate him, understand where he's coming from, and then again offer choice and agency could be really powerful. Grief work could also be an essential part of Joseph's healing. With the loss of his father and with the blanket of grief from the pandemic, he could really find some meaning in his experience. And what's exciting is that in 2019, David Kessler added an additional piece to Dr. Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grief, and that 6th stage is find meaning. And in a lot of ways, I think, I know that it's not chronological, but we will each of us hit this place of finding meaning in our healing from the grief. And then again, just offering the idea of Joseph finding himself in a more profound way, just that identity work that he could do by engaging in something deeply, whether it's reading or spending time with family, expressive arts, learning something new, really working toward being present to that activity. And then there are action-based interventions as well. And I know Adele talked a little bit about that just in terms of the kinds of groups that he could connect with. Certainly connecting with the grief work around perhaps some of the Burundian practices might be really important for him to connect, not only with himself, with his family, and then he knows that he'd be bringing that into his work. And then lastly, just very quickly around systems work, when Joseph is at work, if the system is working correctly in terms of trauma-informed care, he would be thinking to himself things like this. And as I say them, I want you to think about if you're also experiencing these things at work. He might say to himself, people are there for me. My feelings are manageable. I don't always have to be strong. I can work with others to find a solution. I am valued and I belong. And so if Joseph is really feeling this at work, it is very important. And if he's not, then having that agency to talk with the people who are making the decisions, who are providing the support, to see how that could shift. And I think it's difficult in a time of a pandemic because we have to remember that the leadership have also experienced the pandemic. And so, really supporting each other and being compassionate with those kinds of changes that could happen. And of course, as we said, for many marginalized groups who've experienced oppression, discrimination, and inequity at this time, the generalized shared stress, like a pandemic, can really exacerbate barriers to positive outcomes. And Adele will talk a little bit about the community-wide interventions that can happen, that can really have a profound impact on the ways that we can access the resources that are out there. So if we're doing it right, if we're really attending to people and we're allowing the time, the energy, and the resources, then we can really allow people to make the shifts that they need toward their healing. And I just want to add, a beautiful part of all of this work is that in this case example, Joseph, as he's working through all of these things and accessing his supports and accessing the individual kinds of interventions that I mentioned, he will be modeling for his children what it looks like to go through something really traumatic. And what we know about brain science is that it changes our brains, and it can change generationally if we're not careful. And so the important critical work that each of us is doing right now is ideally going to make it even more powerful for the generations to come.
I will just mention a few examples of resilient communities that functioned during traumatic events. And I've done these long studies of responses to catastrophe during the Holocaust and also more recent catastrophes right after Katrina. And there are some incredible stories about groups that basically have a legacy of responding resiliently to catastrophes. They have a history with this. And one of the groups that was described to me by a friend who went down to New Orleans right after Katrina, that is within a day or two, described how the Southern Baptists have this tradition of coming in during catastrophes and feeding people. It sounds so simple, but it's a very profound legacy. And out of this legacy, incredible collaborative problem solving emerged. And I would like to offer two examples and then just to review a few themes that run across individuals, families, and communities. Two examples that I'll never forget. And this friend said to me, you know, to go back to Dr. Runyon's point that we maybe should look across and beyond our political differences to find ways to be there for each other. And he said to me, he said, Adele, you probably would not agree with a single thing politically that this group of Southern Baptists espouse, you know, in a political sense. But my goodness, they were there. They were there the day after Katrina, and they were there with their tents, their generators, in total darkness. He said the Red Cross people would be driving in. The roads would be pitch black because the towns were not lit up, the roads were not lit up. The roads that you could pass over were pitch black, and then you'd see these islands of light. And these would be the tents of the Southern Baptists that were being put up simply, I'm going to use that word, but to feed people. And hundreds, sometimes thousands of people would come to these tents, neighborhood people, Red Cross people, and the National Guard, who were there almost immediately as well. So my friend was at one of these tents, and he goes, they'd be up in the morning, they'd be preparing food, they'd be singing hymns, right, surrounded by catastrophe, getting ready to feed people. And so the neighborhood people were starting to come in. They'd come in early because the lines would be long, and they were milling about and gathering. He said, we were standing there getting ready to get our trays, and we noticed that there was a widening of the space in between people, and suddenly they were separating and making way. And in walks this guy with a Glock pistol, just walking right in the middle of this crowd, right? And so everyone parts, and this guy comes in, just hand raised, silent. He said, Adele, I don't know if this guy was in his right mind, but an old gentleman from the Southern Baptist tradition takes two chairs and walks up to him, puts the chairs down. Says, son, what do you need? Well, I'm kind of thirsty. Okay, we need some water here. Said, what else do you need? I'm hungry. We need some food. Down comes the pistol. Emergency averted. Another example, under the same tent a couple of days later, people are in lines. There were long lines, and if you remember, it was, 98, 100 degrees out. Long lines. Finally, the National Guard unit is coming up to get their food, and everyone, I just want to say this, everyone I talked to, I did lots of interviews, said, you want to look for the heroes in this situation. The National Guard showed up in an incredibly heroic way and brought their affiliation with them. And so they're coming up to actually get served, and one of the younger National Guardsmen comes up and looks at the food. And he goes, oh, no, not ham and beans again. And his superior came up from behind him and grabbed him behind the collar, brought him out of the line, and said, These people are here every day to feed us under these conditions, and if you ever say anything derogatory about the food again, you are out of service. And another one of the gentlemen comes over. Again, out of this legacy of helping, knew just what to do and averted a crisis, an individual crisis in this case, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Son, what do you like to eat?" And he said, "I kind of like fried chicken." And he said, "Tomorrow, fried chicken for everyone." And they did that. They did that. They served fried chicken for everyone. So built affiliation, collaborative problem solving, building connection, building affiliation, out of this legacy of helping. So I'll just mention a few of the themes that run across the individual, the family, the provider, and the community levels. But I know I should. Yeah. So responding with active choice. Again, as we talked many times this morning, transcending the fight or flight response. The use of positive emotion, identifying and enlisting resources to build and restore, remembering the potential to engage those resources. Adaptability and connection. And as I tried to mention earlier, we're realizing there's no one right way to grieve, that we're all going to bring our traditions into this process. And the more that we can listen to individual traditions of responding to loss, the more that we'll be able to respect the individual ways that people respond to catastrophe and loss. And the expression of altruism, healthy altruism, and helping as a stabilizing force. Those Southern Baptists were there singing in the morning. They were expressing their competence. They were expressing their connection. And the power of shared narratives. Again, once there's a little distance, a little time to look at what has happened, to begin to build stories about responses and about how we met both the catastrophic conditions, but also how we were there for each other. So remembering these stories of being connected and being there for each other. So thank you, and we'll be happy to be here and to take your questions. very important question. And so in these times of catastrophe, people don't always operate optimally, or they may have to do things that they as individuals would choose not to do. Absolutely. And what comes to mind is the window of tolerance that we talked about, is within a trusting relationship to be able to explore those experiences and the feelings associated with them. Not to brush them away, but to share them, to be able to be with someone who can accept those feelings, those experiences with the individual. And while they are with someone and experience that kind of emotional tolerance to hear those associated feelings, the individual eventually integrates that ability to accept those experiences. There's no way they can be wiped away, but they can be shared, they can be withstood. They can be withstood, right? That I have these feelings of guilt, I have these feelings of remorse, and I'm with somebody who can hear those experiences, also be here with me, and be resonant to my emotional experience. That's looking at it at a very individual level. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about the community level.
You know, when I think about how important that is, and I see it every day when our service providers are meeting, you know, with teachers or with me as the clinical coach, I can see how powerful that moment of acceptance, wherever that person is in that moment, and how powerful that could be coming from, you know, kind of embedded in the entire fabric of the organization, that acceptance, that acknowledgement of the struggle. That would just be really, I think, groundbreaking for a lot of people to see that it is truly embedded in all of the work that you're doing.
I just want to make a comment about this. I think also that the concept of restorative justice and collectively coming together is one of the ways that we heal moral injury. And we've seen it in South Africa, we've seen it in other places in the world where collectively people do come together and really work through what happened, why the injury occurred, and what's the restorative process. So I think there's a lot of that going on in different places and in different settings. And I think it's a tremendously healing process for people.
Yes, and a part of that goes back to building coherent meaning. As you work through it, as the individual comes to terms with the actions and perhaps does some restorative work, they're also in the process of building a new story. Right? And so Irvin Staub, who's done a lot of work about, you see you're nodding your head, active bystanding, and he had done some very interesting work in Rwanda where people had an opportunity to create new stories out of the catastrophe that they went through. It's not as if they ignored what happened, but they brought in those experiences and then created new stories based on the ongoing community that then grew out of the catastrophe. So that process of story making, in addition to the restorative justice, to the action taking, can be so important. Any other questions? Any questions about intervening or or working with families. Some of you must be working with families. Does anybody want to share? I know we're due to break for lunch, but does anybody want to share thoughts as we have been talking about, yeah, this is all well and good, but how will it help us or me or them in this situation? Have you thoughts about your work or your connections to people that don't quite fit into the kinds of solutions or support that we've suggested?
I'm thinking about a family that I'm working with and sort of the conundrum of having one member of the family be the client and yet seeing everyone else experiencing the results of collective trauma, and how to interact with that when sort of my task is only work with a single person and not the most powerful person in the dynamic at that rate as well, and how within the context of the family can make an impact. Or, you can tell I'm confused.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, and especially since our mental health system is often oriented towards how are we going to help the individual when you see that there are systemic issues. There are two ways to approach it. One is to work closely with a family therapist, and I'm such a supporter of sharing information when possible, when we get the permission to do that sharing with the other providers. But there's also the possibility of consultation, and that can also be profound, as I alluded to in this case example. It is possible, as long as everyone in the family is clear that you're consulting, you're not treating, you can bring them in for 2, 3, 4 sessions and perhaps offer psychoeducation, perhaps offer some coaching around communication or around resources that the family wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Does that sound doable, honestly?
It's very helpful, actually.
Yeah? Oh, good, thank you.
I think as one of the community members, I want to thank you very, very much for your panel and allow people to take their lunch break and stretch. I know we've been in a 2.5-hour marathon Zoom here, and this has been tremendous, and thank you so much. And we're going to come back together as a group at 1 o'clock to hear Dr. Thomas. Thank you.
You're welcome. I guess I don't have to do anything to it.
Check, check. Resources and see the effects on this phenomenon. But manipulating perceived threats and getting that to show the effects. So we should show the correlations and showing the causal effect of the phenomenon. So we're trying to figure out how to do that, because I've had a PhD student. We've tried several different manipulations, and they haven't worked out well. So we have some ideas about how we would, make changes. And so that's what I'd like to do this time. So if you're interested. No, I'm very interested because actually I was through the people you actually are the one who works with the social issues and it's a good thing. Yeah, I'm what was your name? I'm Anna. I can email you. Yeah, so if you email me, so I'm gonna try to set up a time to meet kind of towards the end of the semester as people are kind of winding down. Maybe even during the finals weeks, like after people kind of finish up, so that we can have that meeting and then kind of set the for the semester. And I prefer to have people kind of work with me for several semesters, just because it takes a while to kind of get a lot of background research, because then they can learn about what's been done, what we've tried, and how do we go about figuring this thing out. So yeah, so if you email me, I can start to set up the meeting kind of, after the semester, basically, so that what we're about to do in classwork. Well, they kind of want to maintain their supremacy and things like that. But and you see that with the UK too. So like they want to maintain their colonial, supremacy. They keep shrinking in terms of the countries that they have influence. Yeah, countries like people. Yeah, so it'll probably be that during finals week. So, are you going to be here during the entire finals week? Yeah, I think I'm traveling from Australia in January. Always a nice time to travel. I get to go to South Dakota in January. So it's like, well, it is quieter than in December, but it's still. Yeah, so probably towards the end of that week. Yeah. So let's Yep. Yeah. This was very interesting. Yeah. Well, because like it's still kind of reactions to perceived threats and actual threats. So you get similar kind of things with intergroup relations. People get that kind of stress response when they think about interacting with these groups, and they fear or threaten them. Yeah, sure. Although what I'm concerned about is Yeah, it wasn't like in terms of not having access to their So they're not great about heat. Great. So how long have you been in psychology? Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
think you should be good to go. I got your presentation.
Yeah, I see that. That's cool. Is it just
The clicker.
the clicker is just forward and backward?
Yep.
basically?
Do you have anything outside your slideshow? I couldn't remember.
I do. I have a video that's embedded in it.
Okay.
There's two short ones. Will you be able to kind of make those happen from back there?
Yeah,
Or?
otherwise there's also a mouse and keyboard
Oh, okay.
here.
Okay. Can we just try it? Is that okay?
Yeah, just click through.
Da da da. Blah blah blah. Okay. So if I click, will it just go? Nope. So let's see, there's a...
Doesn't look like.
Doesn't even look like a link's coming up.
Yeah.
Huh. Let's check the other one. Okay.
Huh.
So,
Are they on YouTube or?
they are YouTube.
Do you know what they were called? I could have them pulled up and ready to.
Yeah, should we go back there and find them maybe?
That way they'll be ready to go. You can just kind of go in and out.
You ever wondered Babies this young are extremely
Good afternoon. I'm the 1 o'clock. Is there anything you guys need from me? You guys are doing a great job this morning, but. Oh, great. Okay. Okay. Great. Is there anything that I can do to help you at this point, or are you all set? Okay. Thank you so much for doing it. Yes. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, we all took it when a few folks come back. Okay. Great, great. Good. Is this something you do every year? Or?
No. This was just events, and we've also had seminars, substance use addiction, and usually they're jointly funded either through the university and concentrated on some of the things.
You know our potato chips?
It's the ski area.
Oh, okay.
And so when you have Shawnee Peak, which is one of our
Yeah.
Sugar
Sunday
Bowl,
River.
right? Sugar Bowl, that's Sunday River, Shawnee Peak, and it's, yeah, a little independent for the Renaissance.
Saturday?
They're too much, small.
Okay.
Just renovated.
About that in years.
Yeah.
Such a dramatic entry on either end of the town, whatever mountainside you come over, lovely view.
Just to let you all know, the Rainsford School District, because I have a student who graduated from the university, message that they're seeking a therapist, full-time therapist in the district. So if you know anybody in the school, that's for a job. Because they need to have somebody in-house farmer housing.
Hard to get funding for that these days, that's great that they're able to.
Yeah, it's nice that the superintendent knew enough to talk to the programs team. Do you guys have any folks that are living in the area that are going to graduate? Okay, good afternoon. Thank you all for staying with us for the second half of today's event. We're really delighted to have the commitment and support from both Maine Behavioral Health, the Pond Foundation, and the University of Southern Maine to offer the event, the symposium today. So I wanted to, and I have the honor of introducing a colleague who has expertise in the area of trauma and resilience. And so Dr. Thomas Linehan is here today to present to you all. He's an associate professor of early childhood education at Mount Wachusett Community College. And I had the pleasure of seeing Tom present digitally. So he was in Massachusetts and I was up here in Maine. And so I know he's really skilled at knowing how to work with those of us trying to be sure that our audience, those folks who aren't here physically but are also watching virtually, so feel free to put your questions, and when it's the time that Tom's going to entertain questions, send them in the chat, and we will address all the questions for today's event. So thank you. So welcome, Dr. Tom Linehan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and thank you so much for having me. It's really great to be here in person with you all, and with you all out in Zoom, well, maybe not Zoom land, Facebook land, wherever you are out there. So it's great to be here. And, I was thinking about it, do I want to be the person who speaks right before lunch and is between people and their lunch, or do I want to speak after lunch and be the person that kind of has to wake people back up? So I guess I've gotten the spot where I am here to wake you back up. And so the slide here has my email, so you might want to take note if you have any questions, and I can show that again at the end too if anybody needs it. But the other thing I wanted to let you know is I set up a Padlet that has this PowerPoint slide and a couple of handouts there. So if you want to go there at any point and take a look, you can do that. And I do that because usually when I'm working with students, they already have their text and their phone out, and they're, I have to sort of get them back. So if you want to go there, a copy of this PowerPoint will be there. So I'll just tell you who I am. I'm at Mount Wachusett Community College. I have a background working on a continuum from prevention, promotion to intervention with children, youth, families, and community. And I have worked for 18 years in New Hampshire as a family resiliency, youth and children resiliency specialist. And now I'm at Mount Wachusett Community College. And, in the spirit of, okay, I have to wake you up, you might be thinking, I'll try to anticipate some of your questions. And one of the questions you might be having is like, how did this guy get in here? This guy from community college, early childhood, he knows about crayons and Play-Doh, right? I mean, that's what he knows about. So I'll try to help you. But the short answer to my own question is this, that there's a way in which the early childhood field has a perspective on resiliency, brain science, some of the things that we're learning about trauma and resiliency that I think is useful for everybody, and especially anybody who works with people. So anybody who's anybody, in other words. So I'm going to go back. Some of this will be very familiar to you, what I talk about today. Some might be new. And I bet the angles on it, or the ways I look at it, or the lenses I use to talk about some of these things might be new or interesting, or at least useful for you. So this is what we'll be doing. I'm going to talk about the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, talk a little bit about the neurobiology of stress and trauma,
as folks did this morning, and introduce this idea of resiliency. And the particular lens I'm focusing on, as you can tell by my title, is the magic of everyday back and forth reciprocal interactions to promote resiliency and respond to trauma. And it's something you can do on that continuum that I mentioned, from promoting well-being to intervention. So I just would like to take a second. I told you a little about who I am. Who are you guys? But one of the cool things about this era where we're all a little bit farther apart than we normally are is you can kind of yell if you want to. So does anybody want to tell me in the chat, or anybody in person here just want to yell out, like, who are you? What do you do? Are you a student? Are you working in the field? Just quick couple of words. Oh, great. Thank you for pursuing. It's an important profession. Who else? Same. Okay, can we just have like, go MSW? I don't know what the cheer is, but okay. Who else?
I work at a homeless services agency.
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
I work in homeless services.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah. School social worker. Bow to you a little bit. Who else?
I work in the field of trauma and I'm an adjunct faculty here.
Oh, good. Great. Yeah. Adjunct, does that mean you get a parking spot or not? I never keep that. Okay. Yeah. That's another discussion, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Did anything come over the chat? Nope. Okay. Hello, people out there. I'm trusting that you're awake. So we'll start with that. Okay, let me just tell you about it a little bit. Even though we have this setting, and I'm up here at the podium trying to be respectable, I'm going to try to do some interactive things. And so I like to have working agreements when I do that, and I just use simple ones. You can respect everybody's opinion. We may hear different opinions. Assume good intent from everyone. And take care of yourself. And you can pass. There is a couple of spots that I'll head you up where you might see a little video of a baby in distress that I'll warn you about, just so that you can be aware that that's going to happen. But are these working agreements that we can live with here for the afternoon? Yeah? Anybody want to? Okay, got thumbs up. Good. All righty. Okay, here's the warm-up. This might be in my role as Captain Obvious, but let's try this. How do you define trauma? And if you're out there in the world, you can put 3 words or so in the chat, but how are you all here face to face? How do you define trauma? Like 3 words or less. Isn't that a challenge? Especially after lunch. Somebody define it for me. Yeah. A shock to your system. Great. Love that. Shock to your, we'll give it to you. Yeah. Yeah.
Overwhelm your resources.
Overwhelm your resources. Great. What else? Define trauma. Anything from the chat? If anybody in the chat defines trauma in 3 words, you can win my car. I'll put you in a... No, I made that up.
But we do have an MSW student and a Master's of Occupational Therapy online.
Oh, great. Thank you. What else? Any other? Fight or flight. Yeah, and we'll put the freeze in there, and we get the 3 words. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay. So that's a good exercise, right, to pare things down. And this is kind of an example of some of the things I would like to do with you, and that is to give you some ways of looking at things that are useful frameworks. And sometimes it's useful to pare things down that we know a lot about, like trauma, but to try to get the essence of it. So here's some examples, right? And the interesting thing here is the differential between acute trauma and complex trauma. So it can be a single traumatic event, or it can be repeated ongoing harm. And the ways we think about it, work with it, talk about it, change a bit when it's acute or complex. And I think your 3 words, in terms of the top definition, I think your 3 words captured well that definition. Series of events or circumstances, overwhelmed. Just some other distinctions can be useful in thinking about trauma. Is it caused naturally or is it caused by people? And again, it just helps us to understand and think about how we might respond. So, trauma is an interesting phenomenon in that it's this event. It can be this traumatic event, these things that occur, and it's also a word that's used to describe the effects of those events on somebody. So the trauma is the event itself and the sort of results of it. So I want to show you a quick movie, but before I do, I wondered if you would be kind enough to join me in thanking David, who's back there in the booth. He's the media professional, and give him a quick round of applause. I mean, his role in a day like this is just invaluable. So, do you mind showing that, David? And I think the closed captions are up too, hopefully.
What does your parents' divorce have to do with your risk for heart disease? If your mother had a drinking problem when you were growing up, are you more likely to suffer from depression as an adult? Here's what you should know about ACEs. ACEs stand for Adverse Childhood Experiences, extremely stressful events that can happen to a child growing up. Some experiences are so stressful that they can alter brain development, as well as the immune system, increasing the risk of lifelong health and social problems in adulthood. The term comes from the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, landmark research that shed new light on the root cause of everything from stroke and liver disease to substance abuse and mental illness. In the late 1990s, an epidemiologist from the Centers for Disease Control and a preventive medicine doctor at Kaiser Permanente set out to understand the association between childhood experience and lifelong health. They asked over 17,000 people in the Kaiser Health Plan in San Diego about their health history, as well as difficult questions about their experiences growing up. Anda and Felitti tallied up 10 different kinds of adversity in this largely middle-class and college-educated population. They were stunned to see how common ACEs were. 21% of all respondents were sexually abused as children. 19% grew up with someone who suffered mental illness. 28% had been physically abused. And 2 out of 3 respondents had experienced at least one ACE. The researchers next looked at how someone's ACE score, or the number of adversities they experienced, related to a wide array of serious health and social problems. They saw that the more ACEs someone had, the greater their risk for poor outcomes compared with someone with no ACEs. Someone with an ACE score of 4 had twice the risk of heart disease and cancer. Someone with an ACE score of 5 had an 8 times greater chance of being an alcoholic. And those with an ACE score of 6 or more, on average, died 20 years earlier. With every major problem they looked at in the ACE study, the risk went up for each additional adverse experience in childhood. As Dr. Robert Anda says, What's predictable is preventable. It's important to remember that ACEs are not destiny. ACEs are a tool for understanding the health of a population as a whole. For individuals, an ACE score can be a tool for understanding their own risk for health and social problems, and empower them to make changes for themselves and their children. ACEs tend to get passed down from generation to generation and are common across all income levels, races, and cultures. But increasingly, people of all different professions and backgrounds are coming together to discuss how ACEs affect their communities. They're finding new ways to treat and prevent ACEs. Many doctors are starting to screen their patients for ACEs as part of their medical history. More schools are becoming trauma-informed, considering the source of problem behavior when disciplining their students, instead of immediately suspending or expelling them. To learn more about interrupting the cycle of adversity and improving health and well-being for the next generation, please visit kpjrfilms.co.
Great, okay, so a couple of things. Out of curiosity, how new was that for you? Very new, or already heard about that? Mostly already heard. Great, I'm so glad that you've already heard about that. Let me ask you, what struck you about that? Seeing it today, seeing something again or hearing about something again? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. So summarizing, as Valerie has helped me to remember to do, for the folks online, you were struck by the 19% of folks that grew up in a household with mental illness, and that seems kind of low. And it may be, right? Research is research, and we all know that there are limitations. And those are numbers from the original research, so it has gone on and evolved. Other things that struck you about that? Okay. One thing I want to point out, so the thing for takeaways for me, and certainly takeaways for today in our discussion, are a couple of things, right? This was news for a lot of folks when it first came out, and one of the things that struck folks was a couple of things. One is the relationships to experiencing trauma when you were young, to health, not just mental health risks or mental health concerns as an adult, but health risks as an adult. That was a new idea and a kind of startling idea for a lot of folks, and has helped launch the field of trauma-informed care and work, partly. And the other thing is that dose relationship. The number of ACEs that you experienced and having a relationship to what your health and mental health outcomes are as an adult. So the dose relationship and the fact that it impacts health, physical health. So the thing that we give you a little preview of where we're going to get to, we started with this adverse childhood experiences. Now, of course, we're going to talk about positive childhood experiences, right, at a certain point, and then as we talk about resiliency. So here are the categories they used. Since you're pretty familiar with this, I'll go pretty fast through these. So they had various categories they looked at the original research. There's a dosage relationship. As I said, it adds up over time. And the initial study was about 17,000 folks, and it's been replicated and built on from there. And in the resources on the Padlet, there's some websites if you want to learn more about ACEs or take a home ACEs screening, and just if you're curious about your own ACEs score and what to do about it. And so I just am again kind of resonating with a thought that came up this morning, and that is that trauma, because this is the section where we're describing and defining trauma, and remembering that it takes place in an ecological context, right? So that will become important as we talk. And the last thing in this section I want to tell you about is, okay, so since many of you are students, many of you are faculty, I'm going to give you the kind of thing that comes up that you may hear about. Okay, so ACES, huh? You're talking about ACES. You're talking about the Philadelphia ACES? The Philadelphia ACES. So there's a difference between the Adverse Childhood Experience Survey, the original research that, again, gained those insights that are so invaluable and important about trauma that we were just talking about, and the actual word adverse childhood experiences. So now the original ACES study or survey included 10 different conditions that were the adverse childhood experiences, 10 different experiences. People are now researching more experiences and the relationship to later health. And people are already positing, well, we've all lived through a pandemic. This is an ACE chalk one up for everybody. So, so you'll hear people talking about ACES, the survey, and ACES, the childhood experiences and the work and research that's going on there. And so there's a group in Philadelphia that are looking into quite a few factors, including the experience of institutional racism as an adverse childhood experience. So, so there's a little difference there. So if you hear somebody talking about ACES and you're confused, make sure you sort of ask them, are you talking about ACES or ACES? And you can sound important. And so this is a very important point from this, right? So ACEs are cool, ACEs are important, so what, who cares? Does that mean if I've experienced a lot of adversity in my early childhood that, boy, I'm in for a rough life? Well, so it's important to remember that adversity is not destiny, right? So there are ways in which we can respond to adversity, and at any point. It's helpful if you can respond to early childhood adversity by preventing some of that. But you also can respond later if somebody has experienced a lot of adverse childhood experiences. So the bumper sticker, I like bumper stickers as a way to remember things. So the bumper sticker for this is a shift from kind of what's wrong with you to what happened to you. And hopefully that's a pretty common bump. You may have even seen the bumper sticker, but it's a pretty common phrase that you may have heard. And there's a group that want to go more to what's wrong with you, what happened to you, what's right with you. So even take it to a strength-based place. But so a summary for this, understanding ACEs, shifting from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. Questions at this point? If you're asleep, could you please raise your hand? Okay, I think we're all set with that. Reaching that goal anyway. Any questions? I'm sorry, I'm being a little silly. It's the afternoon. And I am from early childhood land, so you got to forgive me for some of the... Any questions? Good. All right. All right, let's talk about the brain, the stress response system. And before we do that, I have to talk about airplanes for a second. Now, there's a way in which, if you're up in an airplane, and you're flying around, let's go like one step further. It's a Friday afternoon. Let's pretend you are an airplane, you're flying around, and you know that there are things that can happen to you that will cause you to fall from the sky, right? And you might start thinking about those. But before you start thinking about those things, you might want to think about, hey, how did I get up? What keeps me in the sky to begin with? How did I get up here to begin with? So I want to back us up a minute and talk about how we become socio-emotionally competent to begin with. And to do that, I want to show you another quick video. This is a video that I would like, if possible, the entire adult population of the planet to see, because I think there's some really powerful things that happen in this video. I will tell you ahead that there is a baby that's going to get upset, but it all turns out okay in the end. So, but I know that it can be hard to watch that. So, David, if you don't mind, could you...
Babies this young are extremely responsive to the emotions and the reactivity and the social interaction that they get from the world around them. This is something that we started studying 30, 40 years ago, when people didn't think that infants could engage in social interaction. In the still face experiment, what the mother did was she sits down and she's playing with her baby who's about a year of age.
I'm my girl. Oh.
And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back to her.
Yeah.
This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do in the world. And that's really what the baby is used to. And then we ask the mother to not respond to the baby. The baby very quickly picks up on this. And then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back. She smiles at the mother. She points because she's used to the mother looking where she points. The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening here?" She makes that screechy sound at the mother, like, come on, why aren't we doing this? Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions, they turn away, they feel the stress of it, they actually may lose control of their posture because of the stress that they're experiencing.
Okay. I'm here. And what are you doing? Oh, yes. Oh, what a big girl.
It's a little like the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is that normal stuff that goes on, that we all do with our kids. The bad is when something bad happens, but the infant can overcome it. After all, when you stop the still face, the mother and the baby start to play again. The ugly is when you don't give the child any chance to get back to the good. There's no reparation, and they're stuck in that really ugly situation.
Okay, what struck you about that one? Stand by the microphone. Painful to watch, okay?
And it's just powerful how fast the baby picks up and responds.
Right. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
How clear the baby communicates even
Without words, yes. I'm supposed to be paraphrasing. I'm sorry, online folks. Yeah, so how fast the baby communicates without words. I mean, how clear they communicate and how fast the whole interaction happened. Remember that, right? Because we are so involved in language, we're like fish swimming in the sea of language. Remember, I know you all are getting trained in nonverbal things, but remember the power of nonverbal communication, because that's happening with adults, teenagers, youth, the nonverbal. What else struck you? What was, yeah, go ahead.
I was really struck by how quickly the baby kind of got back into the reaction, the interaction with the mother after the mother engaged.
Right, so you were surprised by how fast it repaired, how fast they got back into it. Yeah, isn't that cool? They get back into it. What else struck you? Okay, how about this? What strategies did the baby use to get mom back connected?
She tried sugar at first, and then she went salty.
Okay, sugar first and then salty. Please say more about that.
First she started with the smiling and that type of interaction.
Yes.
As she became more anxious, she started to cry and move around and look away.
Right. So she had a bunch of strategies, right? And I just love hanging out with toddlers because, as you say, they are great, clear communicators. Doing the pointing thing, duh, hey, you know. This thing, which I think Dr. Tronick got wrong, I think this is the universal symbol for pick me up, right? He said it's like, what's going on? But so she had this variety of strategies, right? So, and then she sort of melted and got into crying, and then it was kind of all over. And then you could tell, I don't know if any of you were watching Mom during this, but I think it was equally hard on Mom, would be my guess, as it was for the baby. But you'll notice, once the baby, and the fancy term for this is dysregulated, right? Once she was in she lost her strategies. We saw no more strategies from her, right? No more attempts to communicate in clear ways. She was just dysregulated. And Mom helped her to re-regulate, but at a certain point, she lost her ability to communicate with strategies that we could recognize. This is another one like, oh, keep this in mind for adults, right? We might not think about it this way, but this often happens, right? And dysregulation is going to look different with older folks than it does with babies. But once somebody heads towards dysregulation, their strategies go from to right? So, okay. So that's a still. How many folks, out of curiosity, had seen the still face paradigm stuff before? A couple. Okay, good. Glad you guys are on the ball. So I want to give you a quick. This is a very simplistic, but research has told me very useful for folks. Paradigm for social-emotional competency. And so how do you become social-emotionally competency, or how do you demonstrate your competency socially and emotionally? Well, one thing is you have to have self-regulation, that thing, the ability to have the emotional state that fits the situation. It could be revved up, it could be kind of calm, but you have to have it. And the kind of example I always use is a preschool-age child who comes in, and he comes in the morning, and he's very excited because his uncle's visiting and gave him a present, and it's a real arrowhead from the ground, and he's really excited, and he goes into the preschool classroom, and that morning they happen to be chill. There's somebody playing with Play-Doh in the corner, there's somebody in the sensory table with beans, there's one person who's like stacking blocks, and it's gonna go all the way and touch the sky for real, and he's going up, and so he comes in, and he's all excited, and before the teacher can even turn around, there's Play-Doh in people's hair, everybody's crying, there's blocks everywhere, there's beans up people's noses. I mean, so he didn't have the emotional state that fit that situation. And the same thing is true if his classmates were doing something exciting and he came in and he was tired because he stayed up too late, he would have to bring his emotional state up to fit. And self-regulation, depending on what theory, I know this is a college, so I should be talking about the specific theory. There are several theories for social, emotional, and self-regulation. Depending on which one you use, it's slightly different, the construct. But for our purposes, this kind of heuristic, useful framework we're talking about, quick framework, we'll call it self-regulation, and it's the emotional state that fit the situation. Then you need to know what to do in a certain situation. You need to have the social knowledge and understanding. And, you know, if you think about that, a good example from early childhood land, but there are adult examples too. A good example is, you know, going to a birthday party the first time. And that sounds silly, and I know some families don't celebrate birthday parties, but going to a birthday party, you have to know all kinds of things, right? You have to know there'll be cake, but you won't get to blow out the candles. You have to go and get a present somehow and give a present, but you don't get to keep it. I mean, there's all these things you have to know in order to hold it together. It's part of the social competency in that situation. And if you think of all the situations we find ourselves in, or kids find themselves in, there's a lot to know. And you can't access any of that social knowledge and understanding if you're not self-regulated, right? You don't have the emotional state. So that's very important. And then if you think about the different ways different people get information. Some of us need to hear it, some of us need to really experience it, some of us need to write it down, some of us need picture cues. So there's all that, the social knowledge and understanding, and how do you get it? And then the very last thing is the thing people always say when you ask what's it take to be socially competent, they say social skills, of course. It's kind of the last thing on the list, right? There's all these things you need to have together in order to know which social skills to use and which ones to practice and which ones to learn. And so I just wanted to give you, that's the airplane, that's how the airplane's staying up in the air, right? That's how the basis of social emotional wellness and competency. And one thing to point out is that emotional regulation looks different in different cultures. So we need to talk about the brain a little bit. You heard a lot about it this morning. Again, I'm going to tell you about a really simplified framework. I'm trying to give you a pair of glasses, a way to look at things. So here's an anatomy of a social interaction. This happens to be one, this can explain all kinds of back and forth social interactions, but this is a good one for explaining one with a younger children or an infant. So imagine there's a baby, and up at the top you see there's a physical or psychological need. So the baby feels, oh boy, I don't feel very good, I feel awful. And so they reach a state of high arousal, they get excited. And, oh my goodness, what's going on? I hate this. Is my whole life going to be like this? I'm going to spend my whole life like this. It's awful. And so what they need is an adult to do this fancy thing, attune to their situation, get on the same page with them. So the adult attunes, says, oh, are you hungry? Or do you need your diaper change? Oh, you've rolled over on your arm. Okay, let's help. Okay. And the child's like, oh, okay. All right, I can relax now, I'm good. And then it starts all over again with another physical or psychological need, right? And what this is, it's a few different things, but one thing it really is a apprenticeship in emotional regulation. So early caregiving is this kind of apprenticeship in emotional regulation. Where do you get that ability to hold it together? You get it through this apprenticeship, this connection. So if over time a caring adult attunes to your needs and helps you with that, eventually you learn to do it yourself, but also over time you get this, you kind of have this idea about adults that they can be trusted, like you can connect with them, and you have self-regulation and a secure attachment. So what happens if there is acute trauma or child abuse and neglect, right? So that gets disrupted. This sequence gets disrupted. You have a psychological or physical need. You reach a state of arousal, and somebody may be able to help you in the tune, or you might not quite get back down to relaxation, to baseline, and you stay kind of aroused, and the cycle goes. So remember, I got to be clear here, right? I'm not talking about an instance where a parent, someone who's parenting, or a caregiver is on the phone and can't immediately respond. This happens to us all. This is what the still face experiment showed us, right? Everybody gets dysregulated. That's part of life. It's the repair and the connection. But I'm just talking for a second about the specific time when somebody has caregiving that is inconsistent for whatever reason. The parents or caregivers, those parenting, are unable to consistently meet the child's needs. And so this is, what I'm giving you is the kind of the origins or the understandings of why when the fight, flight, or fright response, like we were talking about this morning, gets activated and stays activated through trauma. How does that work interpersonally? How does the relationship work? This is some of what happens with it, right? Questions? I'm looking out at foreheads to see if I can see any questions. Sometimes you can see questions on foreheads. Sometimes not. Online it's rougher, but Yeah, okay. Be sure to ask if there's a question. So some things to think about. Again, I'm just giving you there's a lot of knowledge to get about these things I'm talking about, but I'm giving you the kind of framework. So this is brain maturation from ages 5 to 20. And I'm just showing you this because I want to make a couple of points. One is that in this particular diagram, the purple is the more connected, developed brain. And so you'll see the thing to notice about this is that the brain develops, the bottom gets purple first, and the top, the neocortex, gets purple after that. So the brain develops from the bottom to the top. And when we start to think about what different sections of the brain do, it'll give you a sense of why that's important. This is a brain. Just thought we need to be reminded that basically the idea here is that the brain has different sections that do different things. So this is just a diagram of the brain. And again, I'm going to start to talk about hierarchy of brain function, which is a set of tools that Bruce Perry has, the neurosequential model of responding to trauma. And so these different parts of the brain have different responsibilities. And so the bottom of the brain stem, and going up to the cortex, so with the brain stem, you get the things where fight, flight, or freeze kind of live, that response, and then on up to the cortex where you get executive functioning and reasoning. And so the different parts of the brain have different functions, as you can see. Survival, maintenance, feelings and memory up there in the middle, and the higher mental functions in the cortex and the prefrontal cortex. Again, reminding you that this is a simplified model, right? This is for us to use as a useful framework, a framework to respond. So here's the deal. Here are different states: calm, alert, alarm, fear, and then terror. As you go from calm to terror, in calm you have access to all the regions of the brain, right up to the cortex with reason and executive functioning. And then as you go from alert to alarm to fear to terror, you have less access to those parts of the brain that give you those different responses. Questions so far? Okay. So obviously the fight, flight, or freeze is the response. When you experience stress, distress, trauma, you tend to either feel too much and get overwhelmed, or you feel too little and withdraw. We know that. Both those things are dysregulation. And as you heard about this morning, that you have the window of tolerance, the spot in the middle between being too aroused, you're losing it, and under aroused where you're withdrawn and can't respond. And because of that way the brain works, you end up with a strategy that's kind of a universal strategy. In order to respond to someone who is in distress or stress, it doesn't have to be trauma. The first thing to do is to regulate with them, then relate, connect, the mid portion of the brain, and then finally reason. Right? And one way to think about this is like in action, like, does this ever get tilted? And one example of this, not to pick on teachers, but often teachers will want you to, the minute you get upset and you do something in class that's inappropriate and you start to lose it, the first thing they want to know is, why'd you do that? What could you do differently? I mean, we go right to reason, right? Instead of spending some time regulating, reconnecting, and then finally getting to the problem solving and reasoning. And it relates to that that model of social emotional competency with regulate, social knowledge and understanding, and reason, you have to go through this in order. You can't skip a step because of the way the brain's working. Make sense? Okay, so here's something to think about. Think about a time when you observed someone who got outside their window of tolerance. They were dysregulated, they were either withdrawing or they were excited. How are you able to get them back towards regulation, relating, and connection? What did you do? And how would you use that regulate, relate, reason in your work? So take a minute to think about that here in person. Take a minute to think about that online. And this is a point, Valerie, where in a minute I'll ask you to get up and use the microphone if you don't mind. So take a minute to think about that. Everybody got something? Okay, we're going to ask Valerie to stick the microphone in your face so that they'll hear you online. Is that okay? Are you comfortable with that? Sure. Okay. I don't know if you remember, was it Phil Donahue who used to do this? He go out in the crowd. Yeah. And if you put up with Valerie doing that, you can get into the raffle to win my car that I mentioned earlier. There's no raffle to win my car. Did you ask what kind of car? The correct question, yes. Not anything you probably want. But, well, let's get going. I think they're getting the tech together. Why don't you just holler out and I'll repeat it for the online folks. Right.
So if they're having a hard time dysregulating and doing behaviors in front of you, probably not going to get done at that moment, and that's okay.
Exactly, right? So the comment for the online folks was, this person works in schools and she's observed teachers, correct me if I get this wrong, observed teachers needing to lower expectations, or at least to focus, I would reframe that to focus on re-regulating until students are ready to go on to the next thing, and then maybe process what happened after, do the reason afterwards. Okay, other examples of this. Valerie's ready. This is good. And Valerie gets her steps in for the day, which is always good.
I was just thinking about, as a clinician, doing attachment-based work and people feeling a lot of shame around expressing their feelings and being with them, just fully being present as they're explaining how they feel or demonstrating how they feel, and then going back and talking about how that experience was for them.
Great. That's exactly it, right? And I think one of the things you're pointing out astutely is one of the best strategies to help someone regulate is to just be there and be a model in the moment of a regulated person, right? You're breathing slowly, you're there, your voice is calm, right? Stuff that we all do pretty naturally, hopefully. Other thoughts? Yeah. If you don't mind waiting for Valerie, is that okay? This is kind of for the Zoom folks. That's why we're using the microphone.
And she was sobbing. She's in a closet with a fan on so that people in the household would know what was going on. And I was on Zoom with her. So I said, I'm going to lean into the screen and I want you to follow me. I want you to put your hands on
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 And you stayed regulated enough to access this very creative part of you who said, I'm going to adapt my old skills to Zoom on the fly. And so you were regulated, even though you were scared. Yeah.
What I was thinking about was that, had you been in person with me, I might have asked her, like, to put her arms around herself.
Yeah.
And hold herself. I sort of got to that eventually, but it just, I would have instantly done that, I think, in the moment. But I just, was like, okay, hands on your cheeks.
Yep.
And that's where I went with that.
Great. Great, thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate that. So the other thing to think about with this strategy, right? Let me go backwards. Regulate, relate, reason. Now we tend to talk about it and think about it in terms of folks we're working with. But what if you're in a staff meeting and somebody's losing it because there aren't enough staplers? This actually happened to me this week. Again, right, this is because we're all experiencing some degree of stress. Some of us are experiencing right now distress and maybe even trauma as part of the COVID and pandemic experience. This isn't a bad strategy to use anyway, right, for anyone. First, okay, all right, this is upsetting, I can see that. So in a meeting, you might just pause, you might just, so the point being from the title of this, right, you can use this kind of strategy for any interaction, everyday interaction. We interact with folks bazillion times a day. It happens to be a lot on Zoom now, but it's still an interaction, right? It has some of those as your example so greatly pointed out, it still has those characteristics of an interaction is back and forth. Hopefully it's reciprocal. It's contingent. You do something, I do something. So if you think of that still face, right? Try not to keep your face still on Zoom. That's one thing to learn. So those interactions, you can think of them in these terms. And so you are working with folks and helping them respond and become resilient, even if you're not at that moment in a treatment posture, if you're just interacting to say hello, if you're just connecting. There's ways in which interactions can be a useful trauma-informed stance at any phase of your interaction with folks. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Time is flying for us, so so this becomes one of our bumper stickers, right? I kind of wish I really had the bumper stickers, or a t-shirt, regulate, reason. So this is one thing to remember and pull out. And let me just feel where I want to go in 6 minutes here. So again, just a reminder, you can work on being trauma sensitive and trauma informed on a continuum with anybody that you're interacting with, from prevention or promotion of wellness to intervention or treatment. It doesn't just have to be the folks you're engaged in treatment stance with, it can be others. There's a way in which it's an ecological situation. All trauma is based in several systems, several levels. Now, one thing I just want to mention, talking about responding to trauma, is just to make the point that one of the best ways to respond to ACEs would be if we could prevent as many ACEs as possible in our society, right? I know it's an obvious thing, and the folks who are studying social work were probably 5 steps ahead of me, and they probably already have an action plan and community development stuff and ready to go, I hope. And if you're a social work student and submit that, I will give you extra credit for. So, and again, a trauma-informed approach, there's lots of ways to adapt these ideas. This is stuff that you'll find in the resources I mentioned on the Padlet, if you want to go there, or if you just Google SAMHSA and trauma-informed approach, you'll find enough to keep you busy for a while. Here are some questions you can think about, and these are general questions, again, and these are about interaction and everyday, might be treatment, might just be interacting with folks. Here are some of the questions. How do you build How do you create safety? How do you help folks regulate? You can create a structure in your program delivery model that includes some ways to regulate. How do you support development of a coherent narrative of what's going on? How do you practice power with? Build social and emotional resiliency skills and foster post-traumatic growth if that's what you're up to. You might not be up to that with everybody. So again, this is stuff that's probably familiar, good reminders, going through rather quickly because I'm sure you've gotten this in other spots. So I just want to make sure that I take a second to talk about resiliency. I know we've been talking about it all day, but I guess the piece I wanted to add to resilience, the thought about resiliency, is just the idea of how the construct of resiliency has changed over time. So until about, I don't know, 10 years ago, help me Charlie, 15 years ago, where the resiliency research changed from, it used to be thought that you were kind of born with a certain amount of resiliency, sort of like, you check somebody's oil, like, okay, how much resiliency do you? And that has kind of shifted into, it's a set of skills that can be developed and taught and promulgated and promoted. And so with resiliency, you have things that put us at risk, like risk to popping that balloon. And then there's the protective factors. With children, this is sometimes called the protective childhood experiences or positive childhood experiences. With adults and youth, we tend to think about protective factors, things in a person's life that gives them extra balloons to help them. Just my metaphor, I don't know what I had the airplane and the balloons, I don't know. I was thinking about flying, I guess. So these are the protective factors. They can balance out the risk factors. And these are some of the things you heard about this morning too. What do people need to develop? Self-efficacy, feeling like they can make a difference in the world. The self-regulation skills, if you want to help, if you want to save the world, help somebody with self-regulation skills. It's kind of my another bumper sticker. Problem-solving skills, positive outlook. And then we together as a society and community, can we make sure that everybody has an enduring emotional connection with somebody? That would be great. Positive role models out there and community resources. So I would like to stop here with content and take any questions that you might have. And thank you for being here, and thank you for doing this work. It's so important, but also take some questions if there are any. And the car I'm raffling off is the 98 Geo. No, I don't have that anymore, but nobody would want that. Questions? Okay, well, let me finish up. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for having me. And again, I say thank you for being in this field. We really need you all, or for exploring this field as a student. So thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest of your conference, and thanks again for having me. Thanks, David. Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, you guys. I know I'm not supposed to, but thank you, guys. I know it's your job. But It's a break next, I forgot to say. It's a break time, everybody. Take 5. I think there are some refreshments in the hall. Put this on.
Charlie's partner crying here. No, I did. I came in a little bit late. I had another meeting. I had to associate community with school social.
Oh, nice to meet you.
negative, stuff like that.
Hi, welcome back, everyone, for our final session of the day. It is my pleasure to introduce Allegra Hirschwright, who is currently the training manager and project director of Maine Behavioral Healthcare's Department of Clinical Innovation. She's also a part-time faculty member here in our very own School of Social Work. But that doesn't quite capture Allegra's expertise. Allegra's expertise with trauma and resilience go way back to the day she graduated with her MSW degree, where she quickly became a leader in the community for trauma-focused CBT and developed an expertise, and she was our kind of go-to person for teaching about trauma in our social work program. And so, without further ado, I will turn it over to Allegra, and we're proud and happy that you're here to do this presentation today.
All right. Thank you very much, and hello, everyone. So, how do we reconnect to joy when there's been so much happening that disconnects us? I have a few ideas, and I'm going to share them with you, and I hope that you'll join me. Before we get started, however, I am going to give you all a little test, and I know there's nothing more obnoxious than a test on a Friday afternoon, so I apologize, but hopefully this test won't be too challenging. What I'm going to do is, in a moment, I'm going to show you a picture on the screen, and it's going to be a picture of two dolphins that are mostly the same with some differences. And what this test actually shows is that people that typically notice more differences between the dolphins are usually experiencing higher levels of stress than people that notice less differences between the two dolphins. So what I'm inviting you to do is take a look at the screen, identify about how many differences you notice, and then reflect for a minute about whether or not that feels like that matches with your levels of stress. Okay? So before we go any further, in case anybody's out there really panicking because you knew that you were experiencing stress, but oh my goodness, you're seeing a whole lot of differences, you should be, because this is a picture of a dolphin and a cow. The other thing I'll say is that this is not an actual stress test. But I use this for two reasons. The first is because that inevitably, it makes people laugh. And one of the things that I have really found out about myself over the last 2 years in particular is that for me to reconnect to joy, I need to laugh. And I need to laugh a lot. Like the kind of belly laughter where you're like falling off the chair and your tears are streaming down your face, that when you were like in school or at like a family function, you'd get that look from your mom or your dad and you'd have to like leave the room because you can't stop laughing kind of a laughter. And there's great benefits to laughter, actually. In fact, when we do laughter like that for 10 minutes, we get the same benefits to our muscular and our skeletal system as if we had spent 10 minutes on a rowing machine. Laughter also helps improve our immune system. It helps us decrease our risks for experiencing depression, and it helps us connect to others. So laughter, especially in these times where it feels like there's so much that can bring us to our knees, that can bring us to tears. Laughter. The second reason why I use this is because the reality is that if this was an actual stress test, we all would have seen some differences, because we all experience stress. And we've spent the day talking about stress and trauma, and one of the things that I think was really helpful for me as I started doing this work was actually teasing out what stress really is. Because for a lot of us, myself included, I had this actually little bit of misinformation about stress. See, what I used to think, and what I think a lot of us believe, is that stress are the things that happen to us. And the reason why I believe that is because we spend a lot of time talking about how we're going to de-stress our lives. Oh my goodness, I've got 2 days off, it's Friday, I've got Saturday and Sunday off, I'm going to completely have a stress-free weekend and nothing's going to stress me out. Or we talk about going on vacation, and in 3 months I have a week vacation and I can't wait because I'm going to have no stress. And then we come back on Monday and we're pretty bummed because it turns out we experience stress.
And the reason why that is because we have this belief that stress are the events that happen to us, when in reality, stress is actually the reaction to a stimulus that disturbs our physical or our mental equilibrium. So essentially, stress is something that is the reaction to being knocked off balance. It's the reaction to feeling unstable, ungrounded. So I'm a very visual person. Everything that I read, everything that anybody says to me automatically becomes pictures in my head. So for this, what I imagine, the picture that comes up, is sort of my everyday kind of looks like that I'm walking down this path, and I'm walking sort of down the middle of the path. And in my day, events are going to happen, things are going to come along that are going to knock me off balance. And some of those things are going to be kind of simple and kind of mundane and maybe just push me to the side a little bit, maybe knock me a little bit off balance so that one foot comes off the path, but the other one is still able to stay sturdily on the path. And then some events come along that are so big and knock me so far off the path that I can't even see the path anymore. But those events are simply that. They're events. The reaction that occurs when we get knocked off balance, when we either tip a little bit or get so thrown off that now we can't even see the path anymore, that reaction is stress. So for me, learning that and teasing that out became really helpful, because the other thing that you'll start to learn about me potentially is that I am kind of a control freak. I like to control everything. I'm waiting for the day that I truly get a universal remote, meaning that I can actually control everything in the universe. But until that day happens, what I've started to do is started to really look at what can I control and what can't I control. So learning this about stress helped me look at that the events that are going to come along, they're going to come along. Those are the things that I can't control. But what I can control is when I get knocked off balance, what do I do in that moment? And then what do I do afterwards to help right myself, to help have myself feel more grounded and stable and sturdy? So I continued to do some research. One of the things that happens when I start to find all this bit of information that sort of really re-energizes me is, again, visual person, it starts to feel like there's this puzzle that's being built. And I like to start with the edges of the puzzle to create the frame first and then see how all the other pieces get pulled in together and fit. So this is what was happening. So I started to learn this piece about stress, and then what I did was I started to look for the puzzle piece of, so what do I do with my stress? So I turned to animals, because I happen to believe that animals are brilliant and have a lot of answers to life's biggest questions. And so I learned this really cool thing about deer. So a deer, for me, I imagine one of the stressful times in a deer's life is when it runs out into the road and is now in front of my car and literally is a deer caught in headlights. And I know that for myself, my stress response goes up. So what that looks like is that all of a sudden, the muscle in my leg tightens so I can slam on the brake. The muscle in my hands tightens so I can grip the steering wheel. I usually, because this is part of my personal stress response, I catch my breath and I realize I'm not breathing. That's my stress response. And the deer has gone into the fight, flight, freeze, or submit response. It is frozen and a deer caught in headlights. And then typically what happens is I start to recognize that I haven't hit the deer, so it's okay. There's nobody else in the car with me, and I know I'm okay. My car is okay. And so now I can start to relax the grip on the steering wheel. I can start to take a deep breath. I can start to relax the muscle in my leg so that I can make a decision in that moment. Can I keep driving and keep going down the road to wherever I was going, or do I need to maybe pull over and take some more deep breaths because, wow, that was really nerve-wracking. And for the deer, what I thought happened was I thought the deer ran off into the woods to find all of its other Bambi friends and be like, oh my goodness, you're never gonna guess what just happened to me. But what I found out actually is that before it does that, it runs to just beyond the tree line. And it stops there because it knows that I can't see it anymore, and I'm what it was the perceived threat to it. But it can still see me, so that if I try and look for it, it can figure out what it's going to do in that moment, again, to save itself. And before it does anything else, it shakes its entire body. Kind of like it's just done the hokey pokey, and it shakes it all out. And it does that because what that does is it activates the parasympathetic nervous system. We heard Dr. Runyon talking about that earlier. So when our stress response is activated, that's our sympathetic nervous system waking up and saying, hello, there's a threat. You need to figure out what this is and how you're going to save yourself or the people around you. And the response that we call in to calm that down, to help slow our heart rate, to help slow sometimes the shaking that happens, to allow us to take some deep belly breaths, that's the parasympathetic nervous system. And to activate that, there's all kinds of things that we can do. And when I started to, again, when I learned about this and I realized sort of that shaking it off piece, all of a sudden it was like this light bulb went off in my head. And I realized that when I go to the doctor every year for a physical and my doctor asks me if I've experienced stress in my life, and I like to be a little bit of a smart aleck, so I say, well, I'm human and we all experience stress, so yes. And my doctor typically would say to me, are you exercising? And in the moment, that oftentimes would really aggravate me because instantly in my head, the picture that would come up was me like having to like put on bike shoes and get on a bike for 20 miles. And so oftentimes what would happen is this voice that I call my 5-year-old Allegra voice sort of comes out in my head and she's like, exercise. Do you have any idea what my day looks like? Do you think at the end of that day I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna put on bike shoes and I'm gonna bike for 20 miles? No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit on the couch, eat a pint of ice cream and watch Judge Judy for 6 hours. That's what I'm doing at the end of my day. But what I realized as I started to tease all this out more was that my doctor knows that exercise is really, really helpful for my physical health, but what she also knows is that it's really helpful to help decrease that stress response. And what was even more beneficial about learning this about deer actually was that you can, or we, me, myself, can use this almost any time, any place, no matter what the situation is. So if I'm not in the mood to go for a 20-mile bike ride, or I literally can't because, I don't know, I'm in a meeting or in a client session or doing something else where it's literally impossible for me to because I don't have the time or the space or whatever, I can actually just stand up or even sit in my chair and shake it out a little bit. And sometimes I do that. Sometimes if I'm interacting in a stressful interaction, even on Zoom, and Zoom makes it so much better because now I can just do it a little bit off camera and shake it out a little bit. And if I have time, the even greater thing is that Taylor Swift wrote a whole song about shaking it off, so I can turn on some music and I can do that whole thing. So again, for me, this was one piece that really helped me start to recognize that I can't control the things that happen, but I can start to look at and control what do I do when I feel knocked off balance. So in addition to these events that come along, some of them mundane, some of them are really simple, what we also know is that there's some events that come along that are really, 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 really big. Dr. Runyon also talked about Rachel Remen. I happen to also love Rachel Remen. And this quote, I found this quote, oh my God, I don't even know how many years ago at this point, and I use it, I think, probably in every single conversation that I have, because I love it so much. And what she says is that the expectation that we can be immersed in suffering and loss daily and not be touched by it is as unrealistic as expecting to be able to walk through water and not get wet. And when I first read this quote, I think I fell in love with it so much because I simultaneously had this moment of, oh my goodness, that's genius, and one of those, I should have had a V8 moments, like duh, of course. Because the reality is that if I said to you right now, if there was a huge pool of water on the stage and I said, look everyone, here's what's gonna happen next. I'm gonna walk through that pool of water and my shoes and my pants, they're not gonna get wet at all. You guys would probably all start to very quietly get up and walk out of the room. Because why would you listen to anything else that I had to say? That doesn't make any sense at all. And yet, we are immersed in suffering and loss. Some of us through the work that we do, all of us, for the past 2 years, have been immersed in this. There has been extreme suffering and loss, and not just related to the pandemic, but related to some of the other pieces that were mentioned earlier, the economic crisis that we have been in and continue to be in, the racial strife and reckoning that is happening, the political strife that is happening, the environmental strife that is happening. And on top of that, we all happen to have our own personal lives that have had stuff happen. Unfortunately, life didn't stop happening when the pandemic happened. So we've all been immersed in the suffering and loss, and yet for a lot of us, for a long period of time, we sort of walk around with this, I'm okay, I'm good, I'm fine, I've got it covered, I've got it figured out. I thought that too. And then what happened was this past spring, I actually realized that I didn't have it figured out. And that slowly, this shift had happened. And it's this shift that reminded me a lot of sort of what used to happen for me as a kid. I used to read all of the time as a kid, and I would get immersed in the books and the stories that I was reading. And I would do this thing where I would sit in the living room because we happened to have a really sunny living room. And so I would sit in the living room in the middle of the afternoon and I would get immersed in this book and reading. And all of a sudden, some hours later, somebody would walk in the room, usually one of my parents, and say, "Why are you sitting in the dark?" And I'd look up, and I hadn't realized that it had gotten dark. I hadn't realized that the sun had gone down, but there I was in the dark. And a very similar thing happened over the pandemic. And just like our eyes, our hearts have a very, very, very clear way of adjusting to the dark. And that's what was happening for me. And I ended up feeling like this poor guy. I was exhausted. I was overwhelmed. I was oozing exhaustion. There were literally some days that I actually would lay on the floor in front of our fireplace with my cat, because that was the place that felt safe. That was the place that felt like I got some comfort. So when this started to happen, because I'm a little bit of a control freak and I didn't like what was happening, I started to do a little bit more research. What do I need to do? I went back to what I knew. I went back to my colleagues. I went back to the research that I knew. And I was reminded of this really fantastic equation that a colleague of mine, Dr. Pat Fisher, who's a co-founder of the TEND Academy, that's different from TEND Health that Dr. Runyon is a co-founder of. This is the TEND Academy that is up in Ontario, Canada. And they do a lot of work around vicarious trauma and empathic strain and resilience. And she created this equation where she talks about that the increased stress are the variables that we can't change. So that's the piece that we need to try and let go of because we can't control that. But the resilience building piece, that's the piece that we do have some control over. That's the piece that we can look at and change. And what I started to recognize for myself was that in those moments where either my resilience building was pretty stagnant or had decreased, that I was increasing my risks and also experiencing higher levels of injury, psychological and emotional injury, and also, because this happens to be my tell when I get stressed, some physical injury. What I also realized, though, was that that meant that if I increased my resilience building activities, then that would increase my protective factors for experiencing growth, for experiencing post-traumatic growth, for experiencing what we call vicarious resilience. So really briefly, vicarious trauma is one of the many terms that is used to talk about the impact of the work that we do when we're interacting with those that have experienced extreme stress and trauma. And when we talk about vicarious trauma, what we're really talking about is how through the interactions with those who have experienced distress and trauma, that our view of the world shifts and changes. That we no longer believe that the world is a safe place, generally. That we no longer believe that the people around us are safe people. That we no longer believe that the people in the world that are charged with keeping us safe are going to do that. And for some of us, we no longer believe that we are worthy enough or deserve to be safe and healthy. So interestingly enough, though, there's another end of the continuum, and it's vicarious resilience. And this is the process that happens where we learn about and experience overcoming adversity when we're interacting with those who have experienced trauma. And in that interaction, as we're seeing their transformation and their empowerment increase, through the empathy and interaction that we're using in that relationship, we experience our own growth. We experience vicarious resilience. So, going back to my puzzle, trying to figure out what are some other ways that I can start to completely sort of finish putting the pieces of this puzzle together. So, because again, as I talked about, there are things that we can control and things we can't control, and I like to really control things, so I focus on what can I control. And one of the things that I knew I could control, again, was what were the resilience building activities that I was doing. And before I get into those more specifically, I want to touch on this, and a couple of people have talked about this today, which I was so thrilled to hear around this, this really sort of teasing out of the difference between self-care and resilience building. And self-care is a term that is used a lot in the helping field, a lot in the service, the service industry around what we need to do to take care of ourselves so that we can do this work for as long as we want to do it. And while I wholeheartedly believe in a lot of the activities that are talked about or identified as self-care activities, and I wholeheartedly believe that part of my sustaining myself in life and in doing the work I do is my responsibility, what I also know is that it's not only my responsibility. It's the responsibility of my organization, as was talked about earlier. It's the responsibility of my community. We talked earlier that we can't really have a resilient community without having resilient individuals. And we can't really have resilient individuals without having a resilient community. And so within that, for me, when I look at a lot of the activities that are identified as self-care, they're more along those individual things, which again are really important. They're also, for me, the things that are often identified as reactive activities. So they're the things that we do when something feels broken. I've had a really bad day, I'm gonna go home and call a friend. I had a really stressful interaction in a meeting or with a client, I'm gonna go for a walk, or I'm gonna dance it out, or I'm just gonna do the hokey pokey and shake it out. Resilience building activities are the things that we build into our everyday so that we can continue to maintain and sustain resilience, so that it decreases our times of when we get knocked off balance and now all of a sudden we have to figure out what's in that self-care bucket, what's in the fix-it, what can I do, what can I do? So thinking about how we maintain that. So I mentioned earlier that I started to sort of really recognize that I had sort of really shifted into this dark place at the beginning of the spring. And when I did, I realized it in sort of a backwards way of how I have these laid out. And so I'm gonna sort of tease that out for you. So one of the things that I realized in the spring that sort of made me sort of think about that I needed to get on this and do something about this was I was having a hard time connecting to what used to inspire me. Not only in the work that I do, but yes, in that, but also just in general in life. Why do I show up? Why do I show up for the work that I do? For my colleagues, for my employer, for my students? Why do I show up for my family, for my friends, and for my community? And I started to really lose connection to that. And when I started to look out and really sort of wonder aloud to myself why I was losing connection to that, what I realized was that it's because I had really, really, really lost my connection to self-compassion. And what happens for me when I lose connection to self-compassion is I get stuck in this never-ending tape or this rabbit hole of self-deprecating thoughts. And that's what was happening. All the time I was having these thoughts of, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not strong enough, you're not this enough, you're not that enough, over and over and over and over and over again. And what that was doing was that was making me feel really, really, really ungrounded and unstable. So I was walking around knocked off balance 99.9% of the time. And it started to impact me. It started to impact how I was interacting with people. It started to impact how I was thinking about things. It started to impact just how I was thinking about my future and what that was going to look like. So I paused everything and I said, what do I need to do? I needed to start with grounding. So I went back to the basics. I went back to the breath. Because as I shared earlier, when my stress response goes off, one of the things that I do is I catch my breath. So I do this. But interestingly enough, I can also actually really function when I've catched my breath and I'm not actually breathing. And I can actually go into sort of crisis mode, and if something happens, I can actually look at everybody in the room and say, okay, look, I need you to go do this, and I need you to call people and go do this, and I need you to go find this resource, and I need you to do this, and I need you to come over here, and all the time I'm not breathing, and then every once in a while I remember I'm not breathing, and I take another deep breath, and then I can go right back into it again. I wasn't breathing at all. So I was trying to consciously remind myself to take a deep breath. I was reminding myself to imagine that there was a balloon inside my stomach, and when I was inhaling, I was filling that balloon up with air, and when I was exhaling, I was letting the air out of the balloon. One of the other really cool things about taking this deep breath is that it gives us a moment to pause. It gives us a moment to respond versus react. It gives us a moment to recover. We talked about that earlier too, that we all need this moment to sort of refresh, restart, recover. So once I started connecting to my breath again, I then recognized that I was still feeling pretty at sort of unease, really sort of tangled. And again, the visual that comes up for me, I typically sort of feel this in different places in my body. I feel it in sort of the back of my shoulders and my neck. I feel it in my stomach. I feel it in my legs. And I imagine that this tenseness looks like a big ball of yarn that's a tangled, knotted mess. And so I actually visualize that for a moment. And when I inhale, I visualize the tangled mess. And when I exhale, I open up my mouth and I let a slow breath of air come out, and I imagine that it's a single string that used to be all knotted up, but is now this single string that's coming out. I'm going to do that right now, and I invite you to do that with me. So being able to find some comfort for the ease. Once I was able to do that, then I needed to figure out how I was going to stabilize myself again, because I'd been knocked off balance, and I'd been spending a really long time knocked off balance. So again, I went back to the basics, and I put my feet flat on the floor. And I tried to do this as much as possible, no matter what I was doing, where I was at. If I was in a Zoom meeting and I noticed that my legs were crossed, which is how I sit a lot of the time, I would remind myself to uncross my legs and put my feet flat on the floor. During the late spring and the summer, which is like my dream weather is hot and humid. I know that's not most people's, but that's mine. So when we were getting some of that weather, I would go outside, and we have a patio in our backyard, and I would take off my shoes and I would put my bare feet on the hot stones of the patio and just feel grounded. In the cooler months, I stand in front of my fireplace, put my feet on the rug. Sometimes I move and roll my shoulders back, take a deep breath, and I allow myself to feel what it feels like to have something holding me up, to have something stabilizing me. And in my head, I tell myself, I've got me. I've got me. There's also lots of other ways that we can ground ourselves. One great way is to bring in other senses, so taste, sight, hearing, smell. So things like changing the temperature. It's sometimes getting in a hot shower, getting in a cold shower, just changing the temperature of our body can be really grounding. Mindful movement. So there's dancing, swaying to music, Tai Chi, yoga, all great ways to ground ourselves. There's also a really great thing just about the simplicity of drinking water. So there's a lot of research, a lot of great research out there that talks about the benefits of water, and we talk a lot about the physiological benefits of water. Here's one cool thing I learned about water, though. So a lot of us know that when we start to sort of feel that sensation of being thirsty, that we're already a little bit dehydrated. What I found out in addition to that is that when we are already a little bit dehydrated, like just over 16 ounces dehydrated, our cortisol levels, and our cortisol is our stress hormone, are elevated. And when we drink water and start to hydrate ourselves again, we lower our cortisol levels. Coolest thing in the world, right? Let's de-stress. Drinking some water, it's incredible. And just knowing that has actually helped me drink water more. I'm actually, in the summer, I can drink water really, really well. In the winter, it's too cold for me. But this actually helps remind me, if I'm in that moment, I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but things just don't feel right. When's the last time you picked up a glass and had a sip of water? It's probably been a long time. So now that I've looked at grounding and I figured out how to stabilize myself, the next thing that I want to go back to is this piece around self-compassion. So self-compassion, there's a lot of work done by Dr. Kristen Neff, who does incredible, incredible work and has a lot of research around self-compassion. And she talks about that self-compassion is sort of like this bucket with 3 things that are in this bucket. So the first thing that's in it is being able to recognize ourselves and our experiences as part of as common humanity. And I talked about earlier, I shared that I started to sort of really get to this dark place in the spring. And what was happening for me was, so we had been in a year of the pandemic at that point, or almost a year at that point, and vaccines were new. And there was all this excitement around vaccines, including my own. All this excitement about what this was going to mean. We were also hitting spring, went late winter, spring, so we knew that we were going to start to get some nice weather again. So there was all this sort of reopening that was happening. And people were really excited to connect with their friends and with their families again, and with their colleagues, and be able to start to enjoy going out to things. And there was a part of me that was really, really, really excited about this. And there was a part of me that was terrified of this. Terrified. Because it turns out I had just spent the last year getting really comfortable with fear. And what was happening for me, though, is that within my own terror, I was looking around and it appeared that everyone else was fine, that everyone else was really cool with what was going on, and I was the only one that was feeling terrified. So I started to isolate more, because nobody else was feeling this. Everyone else was excited. This was just me. So I started to feel really alone. The other thing that happened was I started going down that self-deprecating rabbit hole. And I started to tell myself that the reason why everybody else was okay with this and the reason why I wasn't was because, again, there was something wrong with me. I wasn't enough of something. I didn't trust this enough. I didn't want to see my family and friends enough. I didn't want to hang out with my colleagues enough. I didn't enough. I didn't. And then lastly, as I kept getting sucked into this self-deprecating rabbit hole, I got really good at trying to actually push away the feelings. Because what I believed was that if I kept going down this rabbit hole and if I kept feeling this fear and this worry and that anxiety, that I would never be able to get out of it. So I'm going to use a term that my spouse really likes to use, which is I tamped it down. I was tamping down those feelings. And I was acting like everything was okay. I was sitting in meetings. Oh, this is great. I'm so excited. I can't wait. I was talking with friends. I can't wait to do all this. This is so great. And inside, I was still terrified. But I wasn't going to let anybody know, because this was just me. And if I let anybody know, they were all going to know that I was really a phony and a fraud. And so I sort of was in this place for a little bit. And then again, I started to recognize that this was really, really, really significantly impacting how I was moving about the world. And so I started to slowly allow myself to become more mindful with the feeling than trying to tamp it down. I started to do what Brené Brown calls, which is embrace the suck. Love that term. But really remind myself that feeling, each feeling that we have, yes, is strong and powerful in the moment, but it actually doesn't last forever. And if I allow myself to just sit with it, even the most distressful feelings, even sort of the feelings that I felt like I was sort of, in the moments I was suffering the most, that actually by allowing myself to connect to that feeling, that actually increased my ability to connect with the extremes of joy and happiness and resilience and strength. So I allowed myself to just feel it for a little bit. And within that feeling it, what also happened was I started to allow myself to remind myself and change that tape in my head. Oh, look, you allowed yourself to sit with the fear for a few minutes, and now you don't feel so fearful. The other thing that it also let me do was it allowed me to start talking to people about it. Talk to my friends, talk to my family, talk to my colleagues, talk to my therapist. And in talking about it, what I learned was that I actually wasn't the only one that was feeling this way. That many people were still worried and afraid, and some were feeling really terrified like I was. And so the more I talked about it, the less isolated I felt, and the more I started to recognize that what was happening for me was actually connecting me to others and connecting me to something bigger. And I started to feel like I belonged again versus feeling isolated. And that helped me start to really change those tapes in my head. When I would say, what's wrong with you that you don't want to go do that thing because that's worrying you and everyone else is okay with it, I was able to stop myself and say, wait a minute, how do you know everyone else is okay with it? And maybe it is okay that it worries you. What do you need to do about that? Bless you. And then when I was doing that, I was able to then sit with some of those really uncomfortable feelings because I knew that I was going to be able to come out of it. I knew that I could share it with people. I knew that I could get some validation. I knew that I could get some shared empathy and some shared strength. And eventually what happened was I was able to connect to self-compassion a little bit more. So the last thing that I sort of talked about or that I looked at when thinking about this was recognizing again what sort of got me on the spiral. How did I remember? How did I know? How did I identify that I was on the spiral? And it was the fact that I had disconnected to what used to inspire me. And so I started to sort of think about what were the things that used to work and how do I connect back to this? And what I started to do was I started to look at the why. I started to ask myself, literally, why? Why do you get up? Why do you get in front of that Zoom meeting? Why do you continue to show up to class for your students? Why do you show up for your family? Why do you show up for your friends? Why do you show up for your community? And there's some great ways to connect to this. I actually learned about the other day that a department at Maine Behavioral Healthcare did this recently where the manager sat down with their supervisees in one of their team meetings, and their whole team meeting was about connecting back to the why. And this manager just asked their supervisees, why do you do this? Why do you show up? Why do you come to work? Why do you connect with your clients? And wrote them all down, and then made them all pretty and put them up, and now they're hanging on a wall in that department's hallway. So that when those employees walk in the hall, when they go to get a client, when they go to their car, when they come back into the office, they are reminded of the why. Love that idea. I'm going to invite you to do another activity that I really started to do a lot because it really, for me, helps me connect to the why and helps me reconnect to the joy. So the first I'm going to invite you to do is I'm going to invite you to reflect on a moment. It can be a moment from more recent past. It can be a moment from the past 2 years or even longer ago. But I invite you to connect to a moment that you have felt grateful for. And now I would like you, or I invite you, to connect to a moment or an instance or a situation that you have learned from, or connect to something that you have learned. And now I invite you to think about something that you appreciate or someone that you appreciate. And finally, I invite you to reflect on something that you have been delighted by. So this strategy, I learned this strategy this past year, probably March, maybe March or April. I learned it from a colleague. It's called the GLAD strategy. So G is for grateful, L is for learned, A is for appreciated, D is for delighted by. And one of the things that I loved, there were a couple of things that I loved about it. One was that it was a really quick gratitude exercise. And it was really helpful for me because there's been a lot of research about the benefits of gratitude, including that it helps send off oxytocin and dopamine, which are the sort of happy hormones that help benefit us and help decrease that stress response or counteract that stress response. So there's all this research, and one of the things that came out a lot was about keeping gratitude journals. And I am not a journal keeper. So I started to get to this place like, oh my God, I have to keep a journal to be able to figure out how to be grateful. Like, what am I going to do? And so this was really helpful because I didn't necessarily have to keep a journal, but I could still connect to gratitude. The other reason why I really, really connected to this is because of the D, the delighted by. I couldn't remember the last time somebody had asked me, what have you been delighted by? That word for me, again, I'm a very visual person, so that word for me conjures up this face where somebody has joy and a smile and their eyes are sparkling in delight. And I hadn't connected to that. So I call on this strategy a lot now. Sometimes I just go straight to the D because I need the joy. And it's such a helpful reminder. Because what it does is it oftentimes calls up images of people that feed my soul, of activities that when I do them, they feed my soul, and of places that when I go there, they feed my soul. And for me, that's the biggest way that I connect and reconnect to joy. So before we end, I want to show a little clip of a recent Grey's Anatomy episode where two of the doctors are talking about reconnecting to joy. And I'm hoping that the fabulous tech people, there we go, might be able to help us. I can see them doing their magic.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our
Well,
home
it's a
and
perk
car
to get
insurance
animal on
easy.
there, isn't
We
it?
save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Soda.
We don't know if that's happening.
Whether it's burnout or exhaustion or just needing a change, these residents aren't the only ones that need to reset. This whole hospital needs to remember why we're here. COVID took that from us. Now, remember when we used to have like pizza night and retreats and then the residents would prank each other?
You hated that.
But there was joy and the feeling that we were all in this together for something bigger than ourselves. I want to make room for that. I want to make space for that again.
You want people to remember the why. So do I. I got some ideas, baby. Big ones.
So just like Richard, my big ideas are really about reconnecting to the why. Reconnecting to the people, reconnecting to the places, and reconnecting to the activities. Reconnecting to the inspiration, reconnecting to ourselves. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes?
So are you saying tamp it down doesn't work?
Yes, I'm saying tamp it down does not work. Yeah.
You use the term vicarious resilience. Is that your term? I missed.
No, it is not my term. There's actually a lot of research around it.
And if you just type in the terms vicarious resilience into Google, you'll get a lot of the peer-reviewed research articles that come up, as well as some of the work that's being done around it. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for not telling everyone to do yoga. Yeah, I mean, every time we, I know you mentioned it as an option, you know, nothing against yoga people, you know, like that, so just disclaimer before I get shot or anything like that. But it feels like so much when we talk about self-care and things, everyone tells you should do yoga. One more person tells me to do yoga, I'm actually having a stress response being told to do yoga. So I really appreciate you not doing that and actually giving real strategies that were in the moment to you personally versus listening to somebody else necessarily tell you to breathe in a certain way. So I know there's more to it than that, but you know, much appreciation, great presentation.
Thank you, thank you. And I do, and I'll say that one of the reasons why I really sort of differentiate that piece around self-care and the activities that are typically under that and resilience building is actually because of an experience that I had myself very early on in my career, where I went to a training about trauma, and like what typically happens, the last 5 minutes were focused on self-care. And the trainer actually said that there's 3 things that you can do to sustain yourself in this work. And she was really literal, because I actually asked her about it afterwards, and she truly meant that the 3 things that you should always think about doing are going on a Caribbean vacation, getting a massage, and getting a pedicure. And anybody that knows me knows that those 3 things, well, the Caribbean vacation I would take, but the other 2 things I don't like. And I really walked out of that training feeling like, trying to think about what my plan B was going to be, because I knew that if I didn't do those things, that meant I wasn't going to be in this work very long. And so very quickly, I started to look at what else did I need to do. Yeah.
Everyone needs a hot tub.
A hot tub.
Make life better.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any other questions or hearing any from the virtual gallery, so I don't know if somebody's going to close this, or if I should close this, or Jeanette, are you going to? Okay.
Thank you, Allegra.
Yeah.
You really wanted that. Really great. Absolutely. So, on behalf of the steering committee that put this symposium together today, including Allegra, we're the remaining 4 who are here today right now this afternoon. We just want to thank you all for coming and making this such a success. I think it was a great conversation, and I'm hoping that we'll do something again to follow up on this. I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Just the thanks to the tech folks and
Yes.
for
Val.
Valerie.
And Val?
Yeah. And our interpreters.
Our interpreters, thank you. Everybody who made this possible. Stephen Gregory, who is out of the President's office, the President's assistant, who was amazing at pulling together all the different parts of this. And also, again, she's not here right now, but I do want to thank Nancy Pond again, the Pond Family Foundation, for supporting this really important event and this first collaboration between USM and MBH. So thank you to the Pond Family Foundation as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. You did a great job. That was so inspirational. Yeah. Yeah, for me, there's a lot of why going on right now, too, as you might imagine. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.